Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to call to order the regularly scheduled council meeting for tonight. Well, the clock says it's 6:31. Anyway, um, so I'm sure we all now have coordinated time because we're all looking at our iPhones. Could you please call the roll?
Councilmember Fredericks.
Here.
Councilmember Ryan.
Here.
Councilmember Thier is absent. Vice Mayor Nick Farr.
Present.
And Mayor Wellner.
Here. Okay, so we're gonna start as we always do with public comment on any item that is not on the agenda. Please come forward. State your name. Give us your comment.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Jeff Slavitz, and I'm just here to say thanks. 8 years ago, you guys appointed me to the Tiburon, Belvedere Tiburon Library Board. It comes to an end at the end of the month, and I just want to tell you what a pleasure it's been. I didn't expect there was going to be as much change over the 8 years as there has been. Debbie, our executive director of 30 years, retired, and we brought in a brand new lady, Crystal Duran, four and a half years ago. She's been fantastic. As you know, we went through a $20 million expansion, and thanks to contributions of the town, contributions from the people, Belvedere, and a bit of a bank loan, we were able to complete the project. Now the bank loan's been paid off. The library is being tweaked here and there to make it more comfortable and a little softer than it was. We've got more events than ever. If you're ever bored, go on the library event website. There's always something going on. And so, I moved to Tiburon in 1987. And back then, the library was in that single space that the post office is now. So that was 35 years ago. There were no ebooks, there was no internet. And so 35 years from now, who knows what that will look like. But I'm confident with the support of the council, good people on the library board, great staff like we have, and the community, the library will be as excellent then as it is now. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And thank you for your support over all these years.
Thank you, Jeff. So other comments on topics not on tonight's agenda, either in the room or online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so we will close the public comment period and move to our first item, which is a consent calendar. I understand that staff would like to pull one item. Which item is that?
Yes, I'd like to pull consent calendar number 1, please.
Okay, so item 1 is pulled, and normally when we pull something, we vote on it separately and afterwards. Is that what you want to do this time, or do you want to pull it completely from the agenda?
I'd like to just make a correction to
I'll make it correct.
So,
Okay,
yeah.
good. So we'll pull that for now. Anyone on the council would like to pull something from the consent agenda? No? Anyone from the public? Okay, so I'm looking for a motion to adopt everything but item 1.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Thank you. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Thier is absent. Vice Mayor Nick Farr.
Yes.
And Mayor Wellner.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we turn to item 1. What is the correction we'd like to make?
Yes, on the first page of the draft minutes for April 15th, I'd just like to make a correction to where it says consent calendar number 3, their regional government services and much more than consulting agenda summary. It says in the draft minutes in amounts not to exceed 190,000. That should be 193,000. So that's just a typo on my part. So I'm requesting the council adopt them as amended.
Great. So can I have a motion to adopt as amended?
So moved.
Second. And before we take a vote, let's just open up for public comment.
Oh, public comment on that item.
Seeing none.
Okay. Roll call vote.
Sorry, can I get the motion and second one more time?
Who moved and who seconded?
I moved it.
I second.
Thank you. Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Thier is absent. Vice Mayor Nick Farr.
Yes.
And Mayor Wellner.
Yes. Okay, so moving along to our one action item tonight. This action item is for Lower Main Street closure on Independence Day. Can I have a staff report, please?
Yes, thank you. We are anticipating a special event permit application to come in from the subcommittee for planning a event on Lower Main Street on the 4th of July. I don't have all the details yet, although we do have the date confirmed as July 4th. So we're bringing tonight to the council just a request to close Lower Main Street for the event.
Okay. Any questions from the council for staff about this? No?
Are you all looking at me? Should I say something?
Well, I'll give it after we have public comment. We'll come back for comment.
Okay.
Any public comment on this item?
Seeing none.
Okay. Back to the council for discussion. Alice, please,
So we're still,
please tell us what's happening.
we're in the preliminary planning stages. We're putting together the promo. From my point of view, one of the highlights of the celebration will be a decorated dog parade, and it's on. Thank you. I won't repeat what I said because if you haven't heard it, it will be a surprise in your life. So the dog parade will be from the vicinity of Sharkey's through Zelinsky up through Ark Row or maybe the other way. We haven't finalized that, but you get the idea how long it is. We have been told by other jurisdictions that there's a huge turnout because people love to show off their dogs. So that is really going to be fun for those of us who have pets and those of us who like to watch other people's pets because we don't have to take care of them. There'll be music and many of the activities of a Main Street closure, including some on the sidewalk, snacks and foods to eat. And of course, the Angel Island Ferry later will be taking people to Angel Island to see the San Francisco fireworks from there. In case you're wondering, we decided not to compete with the San Francisco fireworks, either by drones or by actual fireworks. The costs nowadays, from the preliminary, I see two people rolling their eyes, for a 12-minute display is $80,000.
Wow. And I also understand that there's going to be extra special fireworks in the city this year, so it's a good idea to let
It'll
them
be
do it.
great. And there'll be flyers and posters with information about how to register for the dog parade coming up in the next week, 10 days.
Well, I'm very amused and excited to hear about the dog parade, and I only would suggest that either staff or the organizers bring lots of poop bags to make sure that we're not overrun.
You'll be so proud of us. It's already on the list.
Oh, good. Okay,
Just
fantastic.
in addition, just because it's fun, for people who want to show up in costume, I don't know how long they last before they disintegrate on your body, but there are actually 1776 costumes available on Amazon for $50.
Nice.
And
Okay.
we did meet with the chamber director, and the chamber is in support of the closure as well.
Oh, good. Okay. Hopefully.
And our town staff has been very supportive too. Marissa Miller.
I think it sounds really fun and great to do. Can I have a motion approving the street closure?
So moved. I'll second that.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Fredericks,
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan,
Yes.
Councilmember Thier is absent, Vice Mayor Nick Farr,
Yes.
and Mayor Wallner.
Yes. Okay, so the next item is the appeal of the permit regarding pickleball at 1600 Mar West Street. I'll go quickly over the structure of how we do appeals. So we initially have typically a town staff presentation, followed by the appellants having a presentation of up to 10 minutes, and then followed by the applicant having a presentation of no more than 10 minutes. If we interrupt your presentations with questions, we don't count that as part of your 10 minutes, but we'll Typically, it's up to 10 minutes each. Then there's a public comment period where everyone can have their say. And then we have two kind of closing sets of remarks of 3 minutes each, first by the appellant and then by the applicant. So that's the structure of the appeal. Town staff, do we have a?
Before we go forward, I have to recuse myself. I live within the boundaries of interest of the TPC.
Okay, so let us wait for Alice to depart the chamber.
I would say
Oh, is that acceptable?
For interest related to real property, she can provide public comment.
Oh,
Or a
okay.
member of the
Oh,
public.
all right, very good.
Back to staff.
Back to staff.
Good
Sherry.
evening, Mayor Wellner and council members. I'm Sherry Meads, Community Development Director. And we are very fortunate to have a part-time senior planner working for the town who has taken over this project as lead. It's Kristen Tyke next to me, and she has an amazing background that she brings to us. Service in San Jose, Cupertino, Sausalito, 22 years in Larkspur, and Sausalito loved her so much they brought her back. So we're very fortunate to have her, and I'm going to turn it over to Kristen.
Can we go to the first slide? Good to be here tonight. Thank you. So the reason we're here, on March 25th, 2026, the Planning Commission approved conditional use permit 2026001, requesting to amend a previously approved use permit from 2023, which conditionally approved pickleball as a permitted use at the Tiburon Peninsula Club. The amendment extended the days and hours pickleball courts may operate. Next. So this is an aerial view to give you an idea exactly where the pickleball courts are located in terms of the facility. You can see they occupy what was once a tennis court. There are 4 small pickleball courts in there. And this is the schedule of hours as approved in 2023 application versus as recently approved by the commission in 2026. And I will synopsize the changes on the next slide. The commission shortened the hours of play that the club had actually originally proposed. Final hours were intended as a compromise between both the TPC members and users and the surrounding residential neighbors. So during March through October season, play is now permitted on Monday where previously it was not, and hours of play are extended by 1.5 hours in each day, except Sunday, which is now extended by 2.5 hours. It did end at 2, now it ends at 4:30. During November through February, there really isn't much change in the hours, except they can play on Monday. And Sunday, again, it remains the same. It stops at 4:30, so it's extended by 2.5 hours from what was approved in 2023. Annually, they shortened Tuesday by an hour, so 9 to 5, just to kind of give them a shorter day in return for making Monday playtime. On April 6th, an appeal to the commission approval was filed by Eric Pfeiffer. The appellant addresses 7 main points in support of their appeal. Incorrect CEQA exemption, findings of approval, incorrect or unsupported by fact, negative effects on real estate values, neighborhood opposition inadequately addressed, acceptance of inadequate mitigation measures and misleading sound study, alternative pickleball facilities readily available, and Planning Commission member conflict of interest. So first is the CEQA exemption. The appellant contends CEQA exemptions applied to this application are incorrect for various reasons, including significant noise impacts. The primary basis for this application exemption from environmental review is CEQA Guidelines 15301, which governs existing facilities. The project is also independently qualified for CEQA Guidelines Section 15323, normal operations of facilities for public gatherings. Section 15301, existing facilities, exempts a project proposing a minor alteration of existing structures or facilities without expansion of use. Next slide. Tiburon Peninsula Club is a built recreational facility that has been in operation for 50 years or more. The tennis courts, pool, clubhouse programs operate from 8 a.m. to 9 p.m. daily throughout the year. Pickleball use constitutes a small fraction of the facility's total recreational programs, both in physical footprint and in the proportion of overall operating hours dedicated to the activity. No physical construction, expansion, additional courts are proposed in this application. Therefore, the increase in hours of play is a minor operational change in the facility. Chapter 7 of the noise element in the general plan 2040 includes table N2. This identifies acceptable and unacceptable noise exposure levels. Noise levels received at residential properties should not exceed 60 dBA LDN. Noise generated from outdoor recreation should not exceed 70 dBA LDN on the site. Chapter 7 of the general plan also identifies that the common statistical tool for measuring ambient noise as the average or equivalent sound level, referenced by its acronym LDN. So this is how it has chosen to show sound rates and the sound levels that we should accept or find acceptable. No other method of measurement are provided in the general plan or municipal code that direct the town to require alternative sound measurement methodologies. The appellant advocates for the use of an LAF max as the sole appropriate metric to evaluate noise generated by pickleball play. However, compliance with the town's noise standards is properly measured against the town's own adopted metric of LDN. So during review of both use permit applications, the applicant provided 2 sound studies prepared by Vinecklison and Associates. The appendices dated and attached to the January 16th sound study detail and analyze LMAX noise levels generated by tennis and pickleball play. In all instances, the noise levels generated were compliant with and did not exceed the 60 dBA LDN. So this project was also determined to be exempt under CEQA Section 15323. The appellant asserts that the TPC is not an existing public recreational facility and does not qualify for this exemption. Section 15323 exempts the normal operations of existing facilities for public gatherings for which the facility was designed and where there's a past history of the use being operated. Pickleball courts have been in operation for 2 years, and prior to that, the courts were used for racket play. As written, the statute does not differentiate between privately held and publicly held facilities. Examples of these facilities listed in CEQA are racetracks, stadiums, convention centers, auditoriums, amphitheaters, swimming pools, and amusement parks. TPC functions as a facility for organized gatherings of its membership and guests, consistent with the type of facilities contemplated in this exemption. So there are no exceptions that we could identify to these 2 exemptions. Under 15300.2, the facility is not located in a sensitive environment. It does not involve unusual circumstances. It's not visible to a designated scenic highway or from. It's not listed on the Cortese list, and it presents no reasonable possibility of a significant effect on the environment as the noise generated by the use is consistent with the town's noise element. That's it. The appellant contends that the findings for approval were not properly met as there are negative impacts associated with the use due to noise, and that the recent approval is not consistent with the determinations made when they originally approved the 2023 application. When the commission approved the 2023 use permit, it was determined that the physical change was negligible, as the courts were within one existing fenced tennis court, and the use fell into the range of uses and activities already offered by the club. In approving CUP 2023-001, the commission, as required by the code, determined all requisite findings of approval could be made and adopted the appropriate resolution. In making the findings, the commission partly relied on the September 22nd, 2023 sound study provided by the applicant. However, in deference to the members of the public who expressed a sensitivity to the sound generated by pickleball play, the commission imposed conditions of approval intended to further reduce the noise levels that did comply below what was being generated. Yes. In addition, the commission required the applicant return with a more extensive sound study, which they did, and it was presented to the commission. It's dated January 16, 2025. And the sound transmission was found to be in compliance with town standards and that noise levels had been further reduced by the conditions imposed by the commission. So in approving CUP 2026-001, the commission made all the findings for approval as evidenced by their adopted resolution. And based on the record, this action was consistent with what they had done and how they had approved the application in 2023. So there was no change in their findings. The appellant contends that the real estate values of homes located near pickleball facilities are decreased. Determining the actual financial effect caused by operation of pickleball courts, if any, would take a very focused and specialized economic study. No such study has been submitted by the appellant or any other member involved in this application. Perceived home buyer and buyer's purchase prices are often a very personal choice. They're influenced by the community, the neighborhood, and other factors. Further, ambient noise and more specifically sound events are also perceived differently by different individuals, which is why you set a standard in your general plan to apply. Where one person may not purchase a home near a recreational facility, another person may find it a benefit. When the matter of lost property value was raised before the Planning Commission, one of the commission members did note that they had checked Zillow and found that property values had increased over the couple years that pickleball play was in effect. So lastly, as approved in the 2026 application with the amended hours, the commission did limit play so that it did not start before 9 a.m., which is typically well after people are up, off to work or off to school. And it must end by 6:30 p.m., leaving evening hours free of any associated noise. And this was intended to try to address the continuing concerns of the neighborhood. So the appellant has also contended that the staff report and the commission did not adequately consider the neighborhood opposition. The staff report did include and acknowledge all letters and all submittals, both in favor and in opposition to the application. The commission was also provided with all late mail, and it was referenced in the meeting that it was available to them. Attachments included a petition objecting to the facility's expansion hours signed by 78 residents and a petition supporting the expanded pickleball play signed by 392, and it was titled Tiburon Peninsula Community Residents. In direct response to the written and verbal concerns expressed by the surrounding property owners, the staff report and the commission focused quite heavily on the noise reports, the analysis, and the associated concerns of the neighbors. And the applicant's sound engineer was present and answered questions to the Planning Commission during the hearing. So next, the appellant also believes the sound studies prepared by TPC and used in support of the findings for approval do not adequately address or evaluate noise generated specifically by pickleball activity itself. They partly support the argument by referencing a city commissioned informational document titled Expected Pickleball Sound Levels at Tether Park on Beach Road in Tiburon, California, and a review of existing regulations and possible sound mitigation options. They further contend this document resulted in the denial of pickleball courts at Tether Park. The study is an educational or informative document. It did not include any on or off-site sound monitoring readings or readings with appropriate equipment. And the report did not result in the denial of pickleball at Tether Park, as the adopted park plan does include that location as a possible place for pickleball. So again, Chapter 7 of the town's general plan includes Table N2, community noise exposure levels, which provide a range of acceptable sound limits measured as LDN. No other method or measurement or extenuating conditions are offered in the general plan or municipal code that direct the town to require alternative analysis or measurements. As the perception of sound can be very personal, the adopted standards provide the only available objective baseline for the Planning Commission or the Town Council to apply when considering these types of applications. The applicant's primary objection to the Planning Commission approval of pickleball use at TPC focuses on perceived noise or spikes in noise created by pickleball paddle hitting the ball. As previously noted, the applicants amended the January 16, 2025 acoustic study to include additional review of LMAX or peak noise levels associated with the ball striking the paddle. This originally focused on measurement locations L3 and L6. Since the filing of the appeal, they expanded this to L1 through L6. And those graphs were provided to you as part of attachment A, 10A of the report. The graphs demonstrated that the sound levels of pickleball courts, including the paddle hitting the ball, do not exceed or are below that permitted under the General Plan 2040 Noise Element Table N2. The supplemental LMAX analysis demonstrates that generally, even peak noise levels at the receiving properties remain within the range of 45 to 60 dBA LDN. Occasional intermittent spikes appear to reach up to 65 dBA, which is also within the town noise elements conditionally permitted standards. These maximum noise levels do not pose a threat to health and impacts as noise levels received near residential properties at locations L2 through LS6 in their monitoring are within the permitted 60 dBA LDN of the noise element. The applicant has stated the town should have reviewed noise standards in studies prepared for other locations, and some of them are out of state. Due to the unique nature of each site, noise evaluations are typically done on a site-by-site basis. It's very difficult to apply noise readings and sound studies to a site that's totally different. The applicant or appellant contends that the commission should have taken other available facilities into consideration when evaluating this application to determine if there was even a need. The proposal, as proposed, the applicant had requested to extend hours of play on an existing approved set of courts. The proposal to convert one tennis court to 4 pickleball courts was already determined under application 2023-001, and the determination as to whether this met community need was made at that time. The decision before the commission was strictly limited to changing the days and hours of playtime. So the appellant also asserts the planning commissioners who are or were members of TPC had disqualifying conflicts of interest with voting on TPC's conditional use permit regulating pickleball use. The appellant filed a sworn complaint with the Fair Political Practices Commission, FPPC, raising these allegations. On September 25th, 2025, the FPPC issued a written determination declining to pursue enforcement and noted that there was no evidence their participation would result in a personal financial benefit. Based on the 7 points raised in their appeal, the applicants or appellants are asking that the council invalidate the Planning Commission modification of CUP 2023-001 as approved by CUP 2026-001 and revoke CUP 2023-001 and impose a complete ban on pickleball. The subject hearing before the council is the appeal on CUP 2026-001 only, in which the commission approved expanded hours of pickleball play. The denial of the application would result in the status quo being maintained and the hours would be continued under 2023-001. That application is not part of this appeal tonight. And that concludes my report.
Okay.
Are there any questions?
Any questions by the council?
I know it was a lot.
I have a question. And I don't know, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I'm just, one of the things I wanted to know is, how many overall hours have been increased on a weekly basis if you include Monday and the extra hours? What's the net increase?
So
in
it'd
it?
be 9 to 6:30 on Monday. So that's about
9.5.
9.5 hours plus an hour and a half each day. So on the other 4 days, there's 6 more hours, 15, and then 2 hours on Sunday.
Okay, so 17.5 hours,
Maybe, well, I think I skipped Saturday. So another hour and a half on Saturday. So 18.5.
19 hours. Okay.
Oh, that's right. And then we lost 2 on Tuesday. It ends at 4 or 1 hour because it was ending at 5. So around 18 hours. Right. And then during the winter season, it would be back to 9 to 5.
Back to the original hours.
Right. Except Monday playtime is permitted. So 8.5. And Sunday, 2.5 hours.
All right, thank you.
Question,
That's not the time. We'll get to that. It's not, but it's not,
does anybody have any questions about her report?
right now it's the council asking questions. That's okay.
I didn't know.
Okay, so as I was describing earlier, there's after the appellant and applicant get to do their presentations, then we're going to have open forum for everyone to comment and ask questions. All right, so without further questions for staff, we'll go ahead and move to the appellant. You have up to 10 minutes to
Can I get
present your point of view.
Okay, hi, my name is Eric Pfeiffer. I live at 1683 Mar West Street, just adjacent to the pickleball courts, and I am the appellant. So our first point here is that the staff report is recommending that you deny our appeal. But this is a really important thing for us. The sound that the pickleball is making is disrupting our lives and limiting our enjoyment of our homes. My wife played a tape for me that she did of from our living room that was about a year old, where you can very clearly hear a loud popping sound that you have to turn the TV up loud in order to be able to ignore. So we don't want to go on for years and years in this struggle with the Tiburon Peninsula Club. We have to go on with this struggle because we are not enjoying our homes. So I want to start with that kind of stark comment about why we and my neighbors are here. The issue here is not whether pickleball is popular. We stipulate that it is popular, and a lot of the people sitting behind me are going to come up and say how much they like playing the game. The issue here is whether expanded hours represents a minimal impact on the surrounding community, and whether the evidence in the record supports the notion that pickleball play has no impact on health, welfare, convenience, and our real estate values. And if the town can assert that to us or give us evidence that none of those things are the case, we'll obviously accept whatever outcome we get here. Pickleball noise is a national problem. There are hundreds of cases nationally where communities have addressed the sound that comes from pickleball. And it's the reason that a lot of communities have chosen to ban it or limit the hours. And that reason is because reasonable neighbors don't like the jarring, popping sound that comes from the ball smacking the pickleball paddle. We put in our appeal report a study from 2025 by a group called Ramito and Banks. It was 260 communities of people that were living adjacent to pickleball courts. And in those communities, 90% of them reported a repetitive popping sound that was disturbing to them. As a physician, I will tell you that popping sounds, especially when they are unpredictable and come intermittently, are particularly stressful to humans. It mimics the sound of gunfire. It mimics the sound of other sort of unpredictable, high-pitched popping sounds. And that was what was shown in that study. The crux of the argument in the staff report that she just made, the staff report rests heavily on the sound study that was performed by the Van Classen firm. That firm was hired by the TPC to evaluate whether or not they met the sound element for the town, not to evaluate whether or not the sound represented something that a reasonable person would be disturbed by. And so what that sound study shows is that when you average out the sound over 1 in 24 hours, the net result falls within the 60 decibel limit in the town's noise element. The suggestion is that the average sound that meets that noise element then means that reasonable people would not be disturbed by the sound or would feel like it was limiting their enjoyment of their homes. We disagree with that. We suggest that averaging sound is nearly useless for pickleball. And despite the inclusion of the peak sound measurements that the staff person just mentioned, there was no meaningful discussion of those peak sound measurements by the Planning Commission. And no independent peer review was done of the sound study, and there was no recognition that the peak sound measurement that was done actually demonstrates the problem that we've been complaining about for years. The staff itself recognized the importance of the peak noise. That's why they included it in their report, and that's why she just mentioned it several times a moment ago. The staff report refers to an appendix for the second sound study, but again, the Planning Commission did not discuss that meaningfully, and multiple peak measurements were above 60 decibels from that sound study at several locations. I'm going to show you a screenshot from location 5 that demonstrates that. The last issue is that the noise element for the town was developed for a constant sound, such as would be created by an HVAC system. In this instance, averaging the sound is probably appropriate. A humming sound that a air conditioner would make if it was below 60 decibels would be pretty reasonable for somebody to say that's a reasonable sound. This is not that kind of sound. It's a sound that pops and disturbs you, which again, my wife can play from her cell phone. This is an excerpt from the LAF max analysis, the peak sound analysis. The PN described here stands for pickleball noise. That blue line right there is 60 decibels. And you can see that there are multiple peaks that approach the 60 decibels. She's right that a lot of them are under that. And then this one here goes up to 71, and this one here is well above 60. And you can see that it's sort of multiple staccato pops over time. The other thing I think that's really important to recognize is that the 2022 study that she just mentioned a second ago, the gigahertz study. Gigahertz is a pickleball specific sound engineer. That's all they do is pickleball. They were hired by the town to evaluate whether or not it was appropriate to play pickleball in these courts right here on Beach Road. That's the CVS right there. This is the Marsh condos right here. Some of my colleagues are from. My house is like right up there. And those courts right there are the courts where the Tiburon Peninsula Club is currently playing pickleball. The reason that the gigahertz pickleball specific engineer decided that it would be inappropriate to play pickleball at these courts was because the courts were lower than the elevation of the houses here. And so just like the LA Bowl, where if you stand up in the top and you listen to the performer down below, the sound propagates when it comes up the hill. It bounces off the bowl, it gets amplified when it gets up to the top, and houses that are above the elevation of these courts are going to have more noise than houses that are at the level of the elevation of the courts. And so this circumstance is exactly what is happening in our circumstance with the Tiburon Peninsula Club. And in the gigahertz study, again, this is a study that was commissioned by the town of Tiburon. In that gigahertz study, they said that sound mitigation around the levels of the courts would be ineffective because the sound would propagate upwards and it might even bounce off the barriers that were put around the court and amplify the sound that was going up into the bowl. We believe that's exactly what is happening. Our house is just above the elevation of the courts, and it is really loud when the pickleball is being played in our home. We believe that the town has not shown that this expansion is non-detrimental to us. The CUP finding requires that there be no detriment to public interest, health, safety, convenience, welfare, and the value of the nearby property. It's the specific language is injury to local property. There have been repeated residents complaints over time and multiple petitions. Those are in the record. And the residents are now reporting having to disclose pickleball as a known nuisance when selling their homes. I didn't commission a real estate study. One of my colleagues, Roger, has one from the National Realtors Association suggesting a 10 to 20% decline in real estate values surrounding pickleball courts. We did not have the time or money to do that, to do a specific study of it. But I can tell you that several people who have sold their condos or houses recently have had to put it as a disclosure when you sell your house or condo. The peak sound data in the record, we believe, confirms the nature of our problem because we're hearing a popping sound and it's disruptive. And that's what's shown on that LAF Max study. And so our requested council action, slightly modified from what was reported a second ago and what we said in our appeal, we recommend that you grant the appeal and that you overturn CUP 2026-001. Alternatively, you could continue the matter for independent acoustic peer review. That might be a reasonable thing to do. During any continuance, we would suggest keeping the current CUP 2023-001 limits in place, which, as she said a second ago, was no Monday play, Tuesday to Saturday 9 to 5, and Sunday 10 to 2. That would give us some peace, particularly during the dinner hour, and we could enjoy our homes during that period of time. We would respectfully request that a requirement be LAF Max impulsive noise analysis performed by an independent firm, not one hired by the applicant. Receptor mapping to demonstrate the amphitheater effect that I'm talking about, receptor mapping at elevation above the courts, and then monitoring a complaint procedure and modification or revocation mechanism. Those are my comments, and I think I kept it to 10 minutes.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from council at this time? Okay, all right, thank you very much.
All right.
Next, we have 10 minutes from the applicant.
Sure, John, you're probably better over here. But you're the one that's probably got to go to the John on the side so he can go to them. Yep. Okay, great. All right, good evening. I'm Mayor, well, first, good evening, Mayor, members of the board, the council. My name is Matt Hart. I'm a board member at TPC as well with Scott Miller. John, if you want to introduce yourself, John.
Yeah. I'm John Laverty with what and talked about tonight.
And then Colin is Director of Court Sports at TPC. So would be prepared to answer any questions. So proud to speak on behalf of TPC. For over 75 years, TPC has anchored family life, wellness, fitness, today serving over 2,000 members. So that's roughly 20% of the population on the peninsula. We're here tonight to ask the council to base its decision on objective data, established rules, and the principle of fair play. I want to extend our appreciation for the thoughtful and comprehensive work that the town council and the staff have done. The reporting is really impressive and we appreciate it. Actually, it's going to make our presentation a lot more efficient for everyone. And so TPC has approached the process with a commitment of being a good neighbor. Even though we were already within the town standards that we were kind of in that 45 to 60 decibel range, we've proactively invested over $165,000 just on infrastructure. That doesn't account for all the time and consulting fees and such. We did put up an initial sound barrier that wasn't working that well. We recognize that. We searched for better technology. We took that down and we put up the new sound barrier that has quantifiably reduced decibel levels by up to 6 in some places. So that's kind of, 10% or more in some places. We've instituted polycore paddles, which has become the standard, but we made that our standard many years ago. It's a quieter paddle that doesn't affect the play. We've tested new technology. We will continue to test new technology to try, and I think we've shown that we're trying to be good neighbors here. And we're going to address the spikes and peaks issue. I don't know what meeting the appellate was in, but we addressed those at length. And even that chart that he said, that red line, it was kind of blurry to read, but it read as 55, not 60. So there was, we'll have to, you have all that information, so we'll take a look at that. And in any community, peace is kind of found through predictability, relying on everyone to play by the same established rules. When anyone buys a property in California, there are disclosures, and we've talked with brokers in the area, and well before pickleball was even in play, it was disclosed in a lot of disclosures. I don't have them at my fingertips that you're buying a home next to a racket club. And so to ask the town to rewrite the rules sets a problematic precedent for every homeowner and community asset in Tiburon. In the interest of efficiency and respecting your time tonight, we are going to walk through a brief presentation similar to data-driven deck that we presented to the Planning Commission, showing our compliance and ongoing commitment to a balanced solution here. We urge the council to follow the staff reports, objective data, uphold the principles of fair play, support the Planning Commission decision. So thank you, and we'll welcome any questions along the way through our slides. We'll jump into the deck here. There you go. So yeah, I think this is something, even the appellate acknowledged it's extremely a popular sport. Something that's special about pickleball, I'm not even that frequent a player of pickleball, but when I am, it's usually with my family, with my teenagers. It's one of the rare sports that I don't get, low cost activities that I don't get eye rolls from my teenagers to go to play. This is my own personal experience, but when I go out there, it's not just me, it's wide ranges of ages of people. I do play a lot of tennis, and that is just not as approachable. It is tough to find people to play with that are the same caliber. That's one thing that makes TPC great. But I think let's go ahead and just move on. I think we understand the popularity of pickleball. We've been playing pickleball for 6 years now. Roughly 30% of our membership does play pickleball at some time. We've talked a little bit about the mitigation efforts that we've had. The town staff addressed that we're well within the guidelines set by the master plan. Scott, anything to add on the meetings with neighbors or anything?
No, I would just add, hi, I'm Scott Miller. I would just maybe add that, throughout the process, we've really tried to engage with the neighbors that have expressed issues with the hours and with the noise. And so we've continually engaged with them on our mitigation efforts. The first version of the sound blocking material that we put up wasn't effective. In some cases, it was worse. So we took it down and we got something that was much better and that was quantifiable. And you see the results in the sound study as mentioned by staff and is in the results. And then we continue to try to come up with a solution that is workable for all parties involved. The tennis court hours at that facility are 9 a.m. to dusk, basically year round. And our ask to the Planning Commission was a subset of that in recognition of the fact that we wanted the neighbors to still have time in the evenings when the days are longer to enjoy their patios. And so stopping at 6:30 for most of the year, like days like today, when it stays light till 8:30 or 9 o'clock at night, you still have 2.5 to 3 hours of time to enjoy your neighborhood, enjoy your patio, enjoy time out on the outside. And so we really have been, we think, thoughtful in our approach and measured in our approach and balanced. And so we do continue to want to be good neighbors to the folks around us. And I think the solution that the Planning Commission came up with, I think, is a reflection of that as well.
We've talked about this. Fortunately, the town report's going to move us through this pretty quickly. The decibel levels we've talked about.
I'm not the best noise driver.
If you haven't seen it, this is a picture of the mitigation efforts that are in place. This is that quilted wall that we installed. That's reduced the. That was the problem with the initial wall. We can keep going. If there's more questions on this, sorry.
Clicking's not that
Yeah,
fast.
just start clicking. Sound study results we've already proven well below. While Scott's flipping through here, the peak data that is in the report, if you haven't had a chance to study that, it is based on average. We heard that. That's just how sound is studied. I've learned a lot about sound in the last 3 years. The appellate raised the issue about the peaks, so we studied that. And we actually have reports that are in the package where we study these 24-hour bands, and the PN is pickleball noise. And let me make sure that this is 60 right here. Yeah, so 60, that blue line is actually at 65 right there. Wait, no, am I reading that right?
John, you want to jump in there?
Go to.
Which one?
This is
What we did is we did a sound study over a period, and then they actually listened to the audio of what was actually making the noise. So a PN is a pickleball noise. There's the legend over here, birds, cars. So I think this is the reason why they don't typically measure sound on peaks, is because there's all these things that happen within sound. So the PNs would be the sounds of the ball that you walk through here. And this is just from one point location two. They're all in there. Just above this line is 60. And you'll see the PNs are all falling well below the 60. And that's a reoccurring sound. You know, a lot of times the signs that spike are the C's, the cars, the airplanes, what have you. I live in the Del Mar area, and going through this process, got me thinking about the softball bats, which I've lived there a long time. I never think twice about it. It's just part of the music of living in the wonderful Del Mar area. But if you were to measure a softball bat on the same standard, there's no question it would go well over a pickleball. So setting this sort of precedent doesn't just impact pickleball, it sets up a domino of other sports and activities that you could question. So I think that's why the average is used in the first place. So we've already hit our 10 minutes. So I want to be respectful of that. We'll stop there. Thank you for your consideration, and appreciate all the time and energy and thought that everyone's put into this.
Okay. Do we have any questions at this time?
Yeah, thanks. So can I just ask, can you tell us from your perspective, like what is significant about these particular hours that you've added through the planning commission CUP process?
Oh, it's basically a seasonal adjustment. So, I think the initial hours were the result of a subset of the planning commission coming up with a solution that they thought would be workable, but it wasn't really taking into consideration seasonality. And so the main adjustment that we asked for and received was an additional hour and a half to 6:30 most days of the week. And then restoring Mondays. We had no play on Mondays, and most holidays fall on Mondays. So that was sort of an arbitrary decision by the initial decision. So more play in the evenings on weekdays when, working families can play when it's later. Restoration of Mondays, and still, a little bit more time on Sundays as well. I think we have another 2.5 hours on Sundays for families to play. So that was really a seasonal adjustment, Mondays and a little bit more on Sunday.
And we've heard requests from our members for, I work, give me an hour and a half to play, or what have you, or why can't I play on Mondays? It's a holiday, as Scott said. So it also comes from our membership.
I think it's fair to point out as well that when we talk about what the original hours were, the original hours at 8 were the dusk. That was before they came up with new hours. And then that was subsequently followed by the most recent decision. So the original hours, 8 a.m. to dusk.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now, public comment period. Um, anyone in the room and then online who would like to can have 3 minutes to present their views. And please start off by introducing yourself and then telling us what you think. Is there anyone who would like to start? Oh, yeah. So the vice mayor wanted me to remind everyone that during the public comment period, we're here to hear what you think. We're not generally able to answer specific questions directed to us or to staff, but we want to hear what you think. So please keep that in mind.
If this is on, my name is Ed Fogelman and I live on Harbor Oak Drive and we are above the TPC. I was very curious as to whether or not our area above the new library was considered in the test because we have a sound that is constant. The other thing I was just thinking about was how many members of the TPC actually live in the area and hear the same sounds. They are more prejudiced of just playing the game. I feel personally like to have somebody come over to my house, even in the latter part of the afternoon or even for dinner, to hear this new racket at all times. I think it's atrocious. I really do. The other thing I have to comment is I don't think we are comparing baseball bats at Del Mar to pickleball, which is a constant item. And I guess that's about it.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Michelle Kelly Fogelman, and I'm going to be very brief. TPC over the last 4 years, I would say, has really affected the quality of life on 36 Harbor Oak. As this gentleman was saying about the Hollywood Bowl, but we all know that sound carries upward. And the reverberation of the sound from TPC as they continue to expand everywhere. They are a for-profit company. They are there to serve their members, not the community. We have to really remember this. Everything that they're saying is because these are business decisions. Doesn't really have anything to do with any of the people that are here who live here. The man from Del Mar, great for him. But for the rest of us who have to deal with the bocce court, you know, and the noise from that, and the pickleball and the noise from that. I mean, this used to be a very comfortable, quiet. I was always talking about how beautifully quiet it was where we lived. Well, it's not that way anymore. And if we want to invite people over, I have to check and see if TPC has asked for a permit that day because they're going to have a band. Because when they have a band, our windows were actually move. It's so incredibly loud because if we look straight down, that's where the band area is. So as they encroach more and more and more into our community and talking about they want to be good neighbors, none of them live here, not where we live. And they're not really interested in us. They're interested in their business. And we have to remember that they are a business. They're not our neighbors. They're not our neighbors any more than CVS is our neighbor. They provide a service to a very small number of individuals. This is not the total. It's not like anyone can come down and use their pickleball court. So please take that into consideration, that we are talking about apples and oranges. People that live here and are affected by this, and people that have a dog in the fight. There's a reason that they have 4 guys here. So please, please, please remember your community responsibility to the people who actually live in this area. And not everybody is at work from 8 to 5. Some people, like my husband, is not at work from 8 to 5. And you also have to remember that Tiburon Belvedere has an aging population. So the thought that we are all out at work at that hour is not true. Anyway, that's it.
Thank you. Welcome.
Members of the Town Council, my name is James Maw. I am a resident at 70 Sanderfell Avenue. I'm here in support of the recently approved extended pickleball hours at TPC, including longer summertime evening play, expanding Sunday play, and the return of pickleball on Mondays. My parents work full-time, and I like to play with them when they get home after work. I also have a lot of Mondays off school throughout the year, and it would be nice to play pickleball on those days. I also have played with my mom and family on Sunday afternoons, and we've had a really fun time. Please don't take the hours away that you approved. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Bonnie Pfeiffer. I live at 1683 Mar West. I have to write things because I'm so shy. This is the first time ever that I'm talking publicly like that, but I have to, render my message. So I understand the staff has recommended rejecting the appeal. However, I respectfully urge the council to carefully consider the documented impacts on residents living near the Tiburon Peninsula Club. If the appeal is denied, neighboring household will continue to experience the elevated noise level without adequate mitigation. The matter is fundamentally a quality of life and the land use compatibility issue. While much of Tiburon benefits from the quiet residential environment, the residents in the close proximity to the facility are subject to recurrent and the intrusive noise associated with outdoor pickleball activity. The town has an important responsibility to balance the recreational opportunity with the reasonable expectation that the residents can enjoy the use and the quiet enjoyment of their homes. As a brief personal example, I am a survivor of 2 wars, and I have PTSD. And that sharp, repetitive sound, believe it or not, generated by pickleball can sometimes resemble gunfire and contribute to anxiety and distress. While individual experience vary, this illustrates broader concern that persistent noise can have significant effect on residents' well-being. I respectfully request that the town adopt measures to protect affected residents, including substantial limiting outdoor pickleball hours or suspending the play until an effective and verifiable noise mitigation solution is implemented. In making your decision, I ask that you consider both the technical records and the ongoing impacts experienced by nearby residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll be brief. Hi, my name is Kari Kisak, and I live right up the hill from TPC. And I hear the pickleball play. I also hear the swim meets that are very loud and various other noises from the town. Okay, I have no problem with this because this is part of the community and you can choose where you live. You can buy a house next to a club and you have to expect that. It's ridiculous. This whole thing, it's like Groundhog Day. We keep going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. We deserve to be able to play at our club. I think that's only fair. And the seasonal hours make a lot of sense because the days are longer. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, distinguished chairman and members of the town council. My name is Roger Borchard. I'm a Tiburon resident at 1496 Vistaza West Street. Excuse me for my voice. I would like to offer helpful remarks on protecting the health, welfare, property values, and serenity of our beautiful town of Tiburon. Distress from pickleball noise is a national problem, as well documented in a national survey of 264 pickleball communities nationwide published by the Acoustical Society of America, which is the leading acoustical society in the world. It is more than an environmental nuisance. It is a proven health hazard as reported by 90% of the communities, one that 80% report is not mitigated by noise barrier fences. Outdoor pickleball noise is no less of an environmental problem or distressful problem in Tiburon than it is in any of these other 264 communities. For the staff and applicant to argue that pickleball noise at the TPC is somehow different from those national findings and should be acceptable provides strong evidence that their arguments are invalid and are based on misleading information. The only real solution to the problem is to enclose the courts in a building. This is well documented in the 118-page appeal submitted to the town council by Dr. Pfeiffer. Pickleball is not permitted on many public tennis courts, including the Tether Park courts here in Tiburon that are within 475 feet of the TPC courts. Tiburon's own competent noise study by the Gigahertz Company concluded that pickleball noise of 60 and 70 dB levels cannot be mitigated for homes above the courts. So the big question is, why is distressful outdoor pickleball play at the TPC being permitted, and how did we get to this point? The 118-page appeal submitted by Dr. Pfeiffer clearly establishes that the standards for application of the California Environmental Quality Act were misinterpreted and that the findings for approval concerning the health, welfare, property values, and serenity for Tiburon residents were incorrect, as substantiated by the National Survey of 264 communities. In addition, these rulings and those on the conditional use permits were derived by a majority of commissioners that were also member owners of the TPC, who were in the position of ruling on their own applications to the commission. Having been a member and chair of the an advisory commission for the Bay Conservation and Development Commission for 18 years, we would consider this a blatant de facto conflict of interest, both from personal and financial perspectives. This impropriety calls into question the rulings on the CPUs, the conditional use permits to both permit outdoor pickleball play and then expand its hours. As a result, we, the residents of Tiburon, are at a point that implies the need for new policies and a new city ordinance to account for high-frequency, impulsive sounds at the peak of human sensitivity that will minimize distress of residents caused by
outdoor pickleball play. These policies and the corresponding ordinance need to be developed by independent commission with acoustical experts that could take advantage of the Tiburon gigahertz noise study
Can
and
you
the extensive
wrap up?
studies and pickleball ordinances in other cities. The distressfulness of pickleball noise in Tiburon is no different than other cities for which it's been banned. And for the staff to claim otherwise in light of published results, and including those for nearby Ross, Martinez, and Carmel, is simply irresponsible. They're dismissal of the report of a 10 to 20% reduction in Marin real estate values near courts by the National Association of Realtors is also equally irresponsible.
Okay, you're out of time. Can you wrap up?
Okay, going forward, I hope the town council can develop new policies and a corresponding ordinance to mitigate the distress caused by outdoor pickleball noise in order to preserve the serenity, health, welfare, and real estate values of our beautiful town of Tiburon. These comments are intended to be helpful. I appreciate your time and kind attention. Apologize for slightly going over.
Thank you
very much.
Hi, my name is Carolyn Shadon. I live in the Bel Air neighborhood, and I'm actually here about something later on the agenda, but I did, having lived here in Tiburon since the late 70s, I'd like to offer my perspective because I don't know of anyone on the town council that has been here that long. What has been going on, I think we have to realize, is the TPC started out as a small racket club and has expanded. They expanded by the midnight dumping in the parking lot to create a parking area in what was a kind of a lagoon area. They have continued to expand, and as one of the speakers said, they are a business. And so I think that it seems reasonable to approve the appeal because they still have playing hours. And I think since pickleball seems to be a national problem, I am not a player, I'm not a member of TPC, and I do not live near there. But it seems reasonable that since this is a business, they need to look at a business plan if they want extended hours that would make the community happy. Because it is a club that people travel to. Several of my neighbors belong and drive downtown to, all the way from Blackfield to come and play there. So I think you all should consider that there were hours that were approved and they seem reasonable, and being a good neighbor means compromising. So those neighbors are going to have to still listen to pickleball, and the TPC is going to have to modify their hours. That's just my opinion.
Thank you.
Hi, Chuck Hornbrook, Tiburon. I live at 1707 Vistazo West, directly above the TPC. And when we did purchase our house, actually, it was in our disclosure statement that said you were above the TPC. It also had in our disclosure statement that the current owners at the time and our neighbor were very grouchy with each other. So we learned a lot of things. One of the other things is I'm on the Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission for 6 years, and we bought our house in 2017. Part of Tether Park was not disallowed to put pickleball there. It's just that we decided not to do it. That was all. That was the reason why we didn't do it. And actually, pickleball was expanded to the courts at Del Mar, and the operating hours for Del Mar as well as at Tom Price Park are from 8 a.m. till 8 p.m. So in a town-sponsored courts, that's what is in those places. On the real estate value, based on an analysis I did with publicly available data, actually the increase in in single-family houses was above the average for 94920 for the streets around the TPC. So there's no impact on real estate based on my analysis, based on the fact that I have a business degree and qualifications to do this type of work. And finally, as mentioned, extending the hours just a little bit in the afternoon by 1.5 hours per day does allow working people then to play pickleball with their friends. I'm one of those people who get to do that. I can go down at 5. There's an open play from 5 until 6:30, and it's great. And the TPC does a great job managing that. At 6:30, somebody from the staff comes down, closes the gate, and shoos us out and says, go, 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 you're done. That's a responsible community member. And then finally, as a member of the community, as a member of the Post Commission, they have been very helpful of us, working with us trying to find more swimming opportunities, as well as maybe opportunities for public and private participation in pickleball. That is a community leader and member that we need and to continue to support what they're doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chad.
Hi, Mayor and council members. My name is Robert Flowers, and I'm a member of TPC, and I also live in the borough. I live on Corinthian Court, which is, I think, above Harbor Oak condos. And I can tell you from my standpoint, I think the noise is not any different than the noise is off pickleball time. And we don't hear the balls bouncing off the paddles. I don't think it's any different than it was 5 years ago. So I support the hours. I think it accommodates a lot of working people, and I think it's fair to the community that the council support this second approval. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jeff Thomas, 24 Marsh Road here in Tiburon. I'm a resident, and the pickleball noise has been disrupting the serenity of our home sitting in the back. That's part of the reason we purchased the location. We were not informed of the racket club per se. When we bought, I realized that, but I just would really like you not to approve this extension of hours. I think different considerations need to be made, and it varies from about 30 minutes to 2.5 hours of light over the year. So if it was a little better done, also we gave up a lot more than we're getting back this time, and I don't understand why we as residents will have to argue to keep more time when we're really kind of just trying to compromise here. And I just like that considered.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Andrew Thompson. I live literally the closest unit to. I've got the basketball courts there and the pickleball's right there. You can't get any closer. But this whole thing has reminded me of a story that's pretty symbolic and funny. When I was on the council, I would drive down and there was one, Pine Terrace right across from Del Mar, the right little Pine Terrace. Okay, one of the houses on the corner there was for sale. I saw the for sale sign. Okay, the bedrooms are 20 feet from Tiburon Boulevard. I came down, I'm talking to my council members and joking, hey, I wonder how long it's going to be till whoever buys this is going to be in front of us to say, what do we do about Tiburon Boulevard noise? 6 months, 3 months, what was it? It was 30 days. The point is, we are not here as a community or a club, whatever, to make up for the lack of due diligence by a home purchaser and purchasers. The club has been around for over 60 years. I started on the swim team when I was 6 years old. The club is far more loud than it has ever been. We had swim meets, vibrant swim team, making tons of noise all summer long, every other Saturday. And guess what? We used a starter pistol. There was over 130 gunshots every other Saturday. Kids playing like crazy. It's much quieter today than it's ever been. Okay, as I said, I live right there, right above the club. I knew what I was moving in next to. All this stuff about the decibel stuff and everything, it's really silly. Because what you hear and the distracting or what surprise is the screams of yay, we made a great shot, or it's the people's voices. It's the up and down. It's like, oh no, or it's this or whatever. Oh damn, I made that shot. That's what you really hear. The pickleball is at least methodical and has a rhythm. The other thing is, why pickleball? We should not be even restricted by that. Maybe we want to have a batting cage. Do we have to then not have to have all these hearings about the ping of a bat? What if we want to have a little cage for the golf? The point being is you don't want to be restricted. Like you do not want to open this Pandora's box of letting individuals just regulate and litigate everything that is done at a club that is one of the greatest engines of building community in this community, along with our yacht clubs, along with our places of faith and worship. We should be in the business of building community. We should be in the business of figuring out how we can make the TPC bigger and have more residents a part of it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Brian Strunk. I've been here for 50 years in Del Mar area, 20 Mark Terrace. I'll talk what I know something about, which is medicine. It's a great sport for people letting off steam in a safe way. There's a lot of giggles. There's a lot of exercise. There are several patients there who've had heart attacks who are doing quite well and find this as a way to get active and to socialize. So I just wanted to make certain that you understand that there's a lot of health benefits for a lot of people that use that. Second of all, good luck in making this decision. You can't make everybody happy. It's just funny someone just mentioned, religious issues and everything else. Well, I never quite figured out. There's been so much irrationality the way this has been scheduled. Monday, why Monday? Is that the new Sabbath in Tiburon? I mean, I didn't quite understand why they picked Monday other than to be, so, hey, we got you. I mean, there's a lot of irrationality. I would suggest that you follow your planning commission. And the planning commission really, the first point they made was they should be open just like tennis. But then one of the members, they were trying to, be fair and bring her point of view into it. And so they came to this compromise. I wouldn't compromise any further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm Cress Van Kulen. I grew up here. I remember the TPC when it was a dirt lot with a wooden shack and then it got a swimming pool. It's really different now. For the last 26 years, I've lived on a second floor condominium on Marsh Road. It's just over 300 feet and 25-foot elevation higher than the TPC pickleball courts, where I can clearly hear the annoying pop, pop, pop pretty much all day and now into the evenings. I've lived there 26 years. This only started happening 5 or 6 years ago, and we started complaining right away. I used to enjoy my east-facing deck overlooking the marsh for several hours every day, gardening, reading, dining, bird watching. Once pickleball started, my peaceful enjoyment of my deck and living room was greatly curtailed, and I was one of many TPC neighbors who complained to the planning department. Finally, almost 2 years later, the issue finally went before the Planning Commission in March of 2024. During that hearing, planning staff and the Planning Commission confirmed that there is a pickleball noise. That's why they required mitigants, including the acoustic fencing, which turned out to not solve the problem, but to reflect the sound upward. I suspect I hear it more than people who are on the ground level. So the Planning Commission also attempted to mitigate the noise problem by limiting the hours of pickleball play. It was a share the air compromise that neither the pickleball players nor the neighbors were completely happy with, but everybody got something. So what's changed? Why has the limited hours mitigation suddenly become unnecessary? Has the nature of pickleball changed? Is it any quieter? No, it's not. So putting the unwarranted March 2026 CUP amendment aside, in my opinion, what this boils down to is a property rights issue. The neighbor's right to the peaceful enjoyment of their property versus the pickleball players' desire to play whenever they want to. And you know what those pickleball players do when they finish play? They go home to their nice, quiet neighborhoods and enjoy their decks, patios, and gardens. If something like a drumming school popped up next door to them, do you think they'd tolerate it because it's fun for the drummers? Would you tolerate it? You would not. And we should not have to tolerate this annoying noise either.
Okay, you're out of time.
Thank you for restoring the sanity, the original hours.
Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dipanita Reese. I have lived in Tiburon for over 20 years, and I've raised 4 children here. They've all gone through the Tiburon Public Schools. The youngest of his will soon go off to college, and I am a member of TPC. And I have listened all evening to a lot of concerns about the community. And I want to say a couple things. The community includes not just the residents who live near the Tiburon Peninsula Club, but the community as a whole. It includes not just the aging population, but the young population. And pickleball is, in my mind, the single most inviting sport for non-athletes and for children, for parents, for grandparents alike. When I play pickleball, I do it with my kids and sometimes my in-laws, my parents, every generation. And I think it's really important. I was very moved by the young boy who spoke earlier today. I think it's really important when we sit in a town council meeting like this, when your job is really to draw lines to balance interests, that we not forget about the interests of the children of this town, because increasingly they are glued to screens and doing things that are decidedly unhealthy for them. And pickleball is a very inclusive way to get them out of that. And it's something that we just do not think about as a community at all. I live above Bel Air and above Blackie's. I work full time. These increased hours are very important to me, not just the evening hours, but honestly, the Sunday and Monday hours are even more important to me, because that's when I, as a working parent, get to go out and play with my kids, is on Sundays and those Monday holidays. And when I do work from home from time to time, I listen to the school bells of Bel Air School all day long. I listen to all the kids play at Blackie's pasture, whether it's lacrosse or soccer or just people having fun. And even though all 4 of my kids have completely aged out of all that, it brings me so much joy to think that I live in this community where all these great things happen, where children get to be children, where we're educating people the right way, where parents are going out there and playing with their kids, where grandparents come and play. And pickleball is quintessentially everything that we want as a community. And when we talk about wellness and health and mental, just all the mental illness things that come up and the anxiety, this is a solution. And I hope when you are drawing lines, you will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Robert Chang. I live in Tiburon, been here about 15 years. I actually live next to Dipanita, and I also work, and I can't really speak the way she can, so I'll keep it short. Completely agree with her. I don't have a lot of time during the day to enjoy this town. And I will say that since pickleball and since the extended hours, I've met new friends and been able to experience like a wider community than I previously have. And I just wanted to add that voice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I will be really quick. My name is Trina Grokenberger, and unlike everybody else, I am brand new to this community, but I do play pickleball, so I apologize to these people that I've upset. But I do ask one thing, the extended hours between 5 and 6:30, the joy when you go to those courts and you see those little boys that spoke, James, well-behaved, playing with his parents, when you see couples who get off work and they get to play pickle, when you see women who work full-time and get to visit with their friends for an hour and a half, not for 5 hours, but an hour and a half from 5 to 6:30, they're sad when 6:30 rolls around, but they've had their hour and a half. So I'm asking the neighbors, as part of the community, I don't think TPC is alienating anybody. They want to include everybody. Come at 5 o'clock and see the joy in those whopping 4 courts. There's 16 people. They're very happy. So that might make them less angry about pickleball. That's all I ask. I really, really appreciate the extra hours.
Thank you.
I'll keep it kind of short too. Steve Soja, I live over in on Avenida Miraflores. A couple things. There's a reason why you hold this conference after 5 o'clock, because that's when people can get there. That's when people can participate in the community. I work 9 to 5 too. I can't play pickleball. I can't be part of the community that I want to be part of because it gets shut off at 5. There's a reason why things are held at this time. That's when we are available because we're working during the day. Second, I think TPC is a not-for-profit. I don't know if it's a for-profit business. So okay, it is okay. It's a not-for. So okay, but it is part of the community. To villainize it, say CVS and TPC. Can you imagine this community without CVS? Where would you get your prescriptions? It doesn't make sense. They're all part of the community, so we have to think about that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kevin Roberts, 1800 Vistaza Street West. I did submit a comment on Monday via email, so I just want to reemphasize my comment. It feels like this is like the 4th bite of the apple. This has already been, in my mind, it's been well presented by a lot of evidence, and I think the appellant's or the applicant's appeal should be denied. There's plenty of in the record facts and the studies that support that this is in compliance with all noise ordinances in Tiburon. I live down the street from Chuck, my neighbor. He lives right above Tiburon. If we are going to be let the noise ordinance and don't pay any attention to it, then I should open up a can of worms and say, well, on Sundays, the yacht club should not have bands. Or on there was an event on the lawn on the boardwalk the green grass on Sunday for Pride Month. It's ridiculous. That's what happens when it's a slippery slope and you don't follow the rules and what's in the code. And that's what happens when things get over litigated and obviously people will get biased. I apologize. Just came from the gym, just like all these other working people. I'm not, the hours of daylight savings time are really important. And that's why there are such things as daylight savings time. So you can come out and play after working hours. So this is, I think it's really important for the club. I'm not a member of TPC. I also was part of, as an advocate, I do play pickleball. I thought it was really unfair that when the Tether Park issue of trying to expand pickleball in Tiburon was denied, there are only 2 pickleball courts in the city of Tiburon, town of Tiburon. There are 2 pickleball courts at Belvedere. And as someone already mentioned, Belvedere, where the homes surrounding Tom Price Park are probably closer than any resident, whether they live on Marsh Road or a bit above the, I guess, on the ridge that these other neighbors are now. And apparently, all of the neighbors in Belvedere are good neighbors. And all the neighbors there are apparently sharing in the community to allow pickleball being played there until dusk. So I think there's some, again, the lines can be, blurred very easily. And I just think there's enough facts in this record. It's been litigated a lot. The town, the council previously, or the planning commission already, reviewed this matter. There's been experts presented testimony, and that's what I would say is I think this appeal should be denied.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else in the room? Okay, how about online?
Yes, we will start with Michael. Michael, can you hear us? I think Michael might be having some technical issues, so we'll come back to Michael and I will recognize Beth.
Hi, I'm a Tiburon resident. This might have been obvious to some people, but as someone new to this, why hasn't there been more discussion about building an indoor pickleball area? It just seems like that could be a meet in the middle solution. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, we'll recognize Judith.
Yes, hi. My name is Judith Schulman, and I live at 1496 Vistazo West Street. And I just want to bring up the fact that I don't think anybody is against pickleball. It's probably a very nice sport, and it provides all of the benefits that people have spoken about. This is not about how good pickleball is or how good it is for their health of people. It's about what it's doing to the neighborhood and what it's doing to the people who have signed petitions and have spoken up about how intrusive it is in their lives. The TPC is not a community organization. There's a long waiting list to get in there. It costs a fortune to get in there. Not just anybody can play there. So to call it a community organization is really incorrect. And I just would encourage the town council to please listen to Dr. Pfeiffer. It's ruining many people who really are very close to their lives and irritating hundreds of neighbors. So please, please listen to him and approve his statement. Thank you.
Thank you.
We will try Michael again.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Good evening, council members. I'm Michael Skip, a president of the Point Tiburon Marsh Condominium Owners Association and a 51-year resident of Tiburon. This evening, I'm speaking on behalf of those who live in the 34 neighboring homes just across the Railroad Marsh Pond from the pickleball courts. As detailed in the letter we previously submitted for the record, we oppose the recent Planning Commission's decision to expand the Tiburon Peninsula Club's conditional use permit to allow extended pickleball playing hours. In 2024, we welcomed the limited hours that the Planning Commission adopted at that time, and it brought noticeable relief to our community. That compromise worked, but the new extended hours only exacerbates the well-established, offensive, high-pitched noise that disrupts our homes, our gardens, outdoor living spaces, and does indeed risk lowering property values and, most importantly, our quality of life. Under Tiburon's conditional use permit criteria, the use must be compatible with surrounding uses and serve the public welfare. we would maintain that extended TPC pickleball playing hours fails those tests. We respectfully request that you override, rescind the Planning Commission's decision, deny the CUP change, and keep the compromise reached in 2024. I'd also like to make it clear that we are not against this sport. However, we are strongly opposed to the objectionable and distinct sound levels that the sport creates. I would add that as some of the closest neighbors, we would be supportive of an indoor TPC pickleball facility, funded, of course, by the private club and its members and not taxpayers. I want to thank you for your thoughtful review and consideration this evening, and be mindful that what is at stake is the health, safety, and welfare of the wider community and not just the special interests of the TPC and its pickleball playing members. I thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments.
Okay. And one last chance for anyone in the room. They'd like to say something that they haven't already spoken. Okay. Great. Thank you very much. So now we have 3 minutes each for the appellant and the applicant if they have any additional comments they'd like to make. So, okay, please go ahead.
Okay, well, first of all, I want to say thank you to all my neighbors who gave such thoughtful and constructive comments about this. Particularly the woman that was online that brought up the indoor facility. We have contended all along that the Tiburon Peninsula Club is essentially externalizing their costs. They know that this activity is disruptive. It's well known to be an activity that is disruptive to communities all throughout the country. That's why there's so many lawsuits about pickleball, and that's why there are so many consulting groups that specifically focus on pickleball. It's different than tennis or swimming or golf or baseball or any of the other things that are being mentioned, and it's why we are here for multiple meetings, taking our time to argue that it is a disruptive nuisance that we can't live with. And so we have always, when we were initially in some discussions with the Tiburon Peninsula Club, there was a discussion about doing an indoor facility. And my impression was that the costs of the indoor facility were thought to be prohibitive by the club. And so instead, they just want to expand the hours for outdoor play, even though it's irritating to the surrounding community. And if it lowers property values for the surrounding community, that's the definition of them externalizing the cost that they could have borne by building an indoor facility. In addition, they're playing a new game called Pidel. We're not complaining about that. They're playing tennis. We are not here complaining about tennis. And they swim at their club. We're not complaining about that. We're complaining about pickleball because of the nature of the popping sound that the paddle makes when the ball hits the paddle. It's a high-pitched popping sound. It's very jarring, it's unpredicting, and it creates a stress response amongst reasonable people. The next thing I'll say is that there was a comment made that the gigahertz report from 2022 did not deny the use of pickleball at the Tether Park courts just adjacent to where they currently are. That's maybe true. It may be that the town council or the planning commission or whoever decided on that made their own decision. But the report specifically says that you shouldn't play pickleball there. I read the report. It says that the amphitheater effect is a real thing. It says that the sound would not be able to be mitigated. And so that's why they said not to play there. I'll just make one last comment. So, and then the comments about Monday and, how the compromise was reached, the planning commission came up with those in 2024. We were meeting with them until 11 o'clock at night. It was a fulsome discussion at that 2024 meeting. And the planning commission decided that given the number of complaints from the neighbors and the desire on the part of the club to play this game, that the 9 to 5 compromise would be a reasonable compromise. So that is the compromise. This is an extension of hours beyond the compromise that we're objecting to.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So 3 minutes from the applicant, if you'd like it.
Hi, thanks for all your time this evening. So I guess I would kind of go back to the great report and work that the staff did in terms of the overall summary of the data and the information. We obviously heard from a number of folks in the community, some who are against pickleball and the extended hours, many of whom who live just as close as some of those opposed to the extended hours who are very much in favor of the extended hours. So I think there's definitely room on both sides. I think clearly, you've heard a lot about the benefits of the extended hours during longer days for families and people who work, and I think that's a really important thing for the council to consider. I think it's really important that working families have an opportunity to enjoy pickleball and enjoy some activity when the days are longer and when people can still, after 6:30, enjoy the evenings on their patios and their decks. And so we really have, as TPC, really tried to be thoughtful about the impact on the surrounding community and our neighbors while still trying to serve our community and our membership. And our membership is 20% of the town of Tiburon. We have 3,500 plus members who are all working citizens of Tiburon. And so to think that like TPC is some like elitist organization, this is a nonprofit organization, mostly comprised of residents and working folks in Tiburon. And that's how it's always been. And so we're members of the community. We're doing our best to be responsible neighbors. We're not asking to play pickleball from dawn to dusk every day. We respect that there should be time when pickleball is not being played. And also, it's interesting to note Ms. Van Kulen, who spoke earlier, in a meeting that we held with the neighbors at the TPC, she mentioned that one evening she heard noise coming from the TPC area and she called the TPC front desk saying, there must be pickleball being played right now. I hear noise coming from TPC. And the front desk person said, no, ma'am, I'm looking at the cameras now. There's no pickleball being played. It's actually a clinic or tennis that you're hearing. And so at times, the general noise that you hear from the TPC, whether it's a live ball session or a clinic, sometimes it can be indistinguishable. I think Andrew said, maybe it's pickleball, maybe it's people reacting to a point, but maybe it's a clinic. So there's definitely a noise and a vibe that comes from the TPC. We've been part of the community for 75 years and a really vibrant and important part of it. So anyway, I appreciate your consideration. Anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, just I think we're not expanding facilities. We're using existing facilities. Pickleball's been established there for almost 6 years, which is before 3 of the families up here bought their homes in Tiburon. And if we're not going to offer the extended hours here, I just don't even know where else you do it. Right? We have the staff, we have the team, we're watching it, it's under controls. So yeah, I appreciate you. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say there was also just recently some mention of an indoor facility. Like we would love
yes,
nothing
thank
more
you.
than to have an indoor facility, but the costs and ramifications of that are not insignificant. But as a board member, as Matt and I both are, that's definitely one of my biggest aspirational projects for the TPC to undertake in the next several years. It's probably not a near-term solution, but absolutely it's on the radar and on the agenda for something that we would love to incorporate further down the road, and that would hopefully be a great solution for the community and for everyone.
And we're both on the board and we know the books, and it's not feasible to do right now as a nonprofit. However, it was also require a vote. It's not even our board decision. So we can't control what the vote of membership would do on that. And it would be financially irresponsible to do right now.
Right on time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So that's the end of the presentations. And now this comes back.
If you will, just close the public hearing.
Okay, the public hearing is now closed. And so comes back to the council for deliberation and a decision. I'd like to, before we discuss this, make the standards of decision clear. So, first of all, my understanding is that this is when there's an appeal, it's a de novo decision. Is that correct? So there's not a standard for, finding some level of flaw in the prior decision. We're actually looking at these issues.
The issues
as if
before
it's
you.
before us.
Correct. The issues that are before you are de novo.
De novo. And if you could, what is the standard set of criteria for approving a CUP application in terms of findings? Not to put you on the spot.
Up there in the resolution. Yeah, we have a series of findings you need to make that are in the exhibit 1.
Okay, can we just review those quickly? I want to make sure that we are keeping those findings in mind.
Under 1652-040D, the relationship of the proposed use and its location is compatible with the service or market area of the use or facility proposed, transportation, utilities, and other facilities required to serve it, and other uses of land in the vicinity. That's the finding for special considerations. The proposed use is compatible with the design, location, size, and operating characteristics with the existing and future land use in the vicinity. The use is compatible with architectural integrity. This is all for design review, I take.
No, this is conditional use.
Oh, it's just, okay. This is for the CUP and character of the zoning district in which it is to be located. The use will not be detrimental to the protection of the public health, interests, safety, convenience, or welfare of the town, or result in the injury or property or improvements in the vicinity and zoning district in which the real property is located. The use will meet the needs of the community for additional numbers of such uses, taking into consideration the neighborhood or vicinity is already adequately served by similar uses. The proposed use would sustain and improve the economic vitality and vibrancy of Tiburon, including encouraging resident serving or tourist serving uses in the appropriate areas and uses that promote pedestrian activity.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Who'd like to go first?
I did have a question. The Tether Park pickleball, I think there's been sort of back and forth. If I remember correctly, it's still with the pickleball subcommittee. I don't think our pickleball subcommittee
never
reported back or came to a decision on whether or not pickleball should be allowed at Tether Park.
Well, we as a council did vote to conduct a 6-month test at Tether, and it was denied by the council 3-2. But yeah, I guess technically it was not permanently retired as an idea, but that particular recommendation from Post was rejected by the council. 2020, I think.
Yeah, I mean, I guess at that time, my recollection is that there was a desire to kind of look at the issue comprehensively. And, we never quite got to a point where there was a comprehensive look that kind of weighed all the different factors and came up with a recommendation.
Yeah, I remember at the time, and I think I still have the video on my phone where I walked around Tether Park and I walked around the TPC and filmed the pickleball noises from a bunch of different angles around the TPC. And then I guess most recently in Del Mar neighborhood I live in, pickleball went in basically across the street from my house. But we have, like Mr. Hart mentioned, we have softball on the weekends, we have soccer on the weekends. We have parents that don't know how to drop their kids off in the morning. And just drop them off in the middle of the street. while we're trying to drive out. There are all kinds of issues when when you choose to live next to something, like a school, that you're priced in. You get benefits because you get to use the school on the weekends. It's right there. But I also hear the other side of it where if your windows are rattling because of the bands and you can't go outside, I guess, because of the pickleball noise, that's also, something serious that needs to be considered.
Hi. So first of all, thank you to everybody who came out and commented and wrote in. I really appreciate it. And irrespective of what I say next, don't think that I didn't listen to you and sympathize with you, but I have to make a decision, obviously. And, in this case, and even though we are entitled to a de novo review, this is an appeal of a planning commission decision, right? And so the way I'm looking at it is, despite all the new things that you have brought to light, I still think that on the whole, the planning commission heard all of the testimony and they applied the appropriate town guidelines and statutes to make a decision that is sound and that we should uphold. And I think that and I agree that pickleball is unpleasant. I guess, and I'm not attacking that argument because I think it's universally agreed upon, but there's always going to be a most unpleasant noise that you hear from somewhere. And I do believe a few years ago that people attacked water polo at the TPC as being the most objectable thing, and they had to go through CUP things, and they had some swimming things taken away because that at the time was the most objectionable noise. And this just seems like the newest one, and agreed that it's worse. But again, like what I'm going to fall back on there is that the planning commission heard all this, they considered all this, and this is their job. This is why we appoint them, and that's the decision they came to, and that's what I'm willing to uphold. I also think that it is significant that our public courts allow play until 8, and the TPC is only extending the hours till 6:30. And it is for sure, we see it in other places in the town, that the back to work thing, the back to the office thing is real. And what was the case in 2022 with respect to people's work and home habits is different than it is now. People are going back to the office and they're just unable to do things during the day that they were able to do a few years ago. So the idea that that was a set in stone compromise and we shouldn't move to this new amended hour structure just seems like it is not the right way to think about it, given the change in the way people's lives are and the way people's lives have changed in the last few years. So again, to cut myself short, I would recommend that we deny the appeal and uphold the planning commission's decision, and that's the way I'm going to vote.
Okay, and I'll note that the vice mayor hasn't yet indicated a particular direction, so we'll see what emerges as we talk about this. So first of all, we say this with all appeals, but this one is particularly applicable. Our least favorite task as a council is deciding appeals. It means inevitably that one set of our residents is disappointed with our decision, and another set is happy and rewarded. And our job as a council is to try and maximize happiness for all of our residents. So it's a very difficult and painful process for us to review an appeal like this. Obviously, the reason we have a council is to make these decisions, but it's not a pleasant task. And we have listened carefully to both sides and to everyone who spoke and wrote in. Secondly, in general, also, we are blessed in Tiburon with really fantastic residents who volunteer for our boards and commissions. They're all very dedicated and smart, and we appoint them to manage the various areas that they manage. And we trust them. And in general, we like to defer to them. And so normally there's, in my mind anyway, an important reason when a board or commission makes a decision and then it gets appealed to us. My first instinct is to understand why they decided how they did and to respect it. That said, there are a number of things that bother me about this this application that I want to share and think about. One of them is I think this was asked by one of the speakers, but the question is, a compromise was reached, some time passed, and then a new application was made for more hours, and then this is coming to us as a compromise from what was asked for. But I guess the question is, what's changed? What's to prevent in 2 years for another application from coming in for more hours that we then compromise? There's really no reason not to seek more hours and see what happens, periodically, from the point of view of the TPC, because you can ask for more and get not everything you asked for, but get some more each time. So, I'm always looking for, in these kinds of decisions, what's the criteria for deciding and making the decision, and what's changed since we last made that decision. And to my mind, time has passed, but I don't really see any fundamental change that's happened. I mean, I understand what Councilmember Ryan said about time passing from the pandemic, but I'm not sure that I understand what's changed since the original compromise was struck, and I'm not sure that it's fair to keep revisiting it periodically without some criteria or some reason for the change. A second thing that bothers me about this is, I understand that we have our noise ordinance, and that it has a certain standard, and the standard is based on average sound over time. But I do believe that there is a qualitative difference with the kind of noise that you get in pickleball, and that certainly averaging over 24 hours is meaningless because there's silence most of the most of the night. Averaging over 1 hour, I guess, during the day might provide something that's more useful. But there is this question of, is this noise somehow qualitatively different than, say, music or some other kind of more constant noise? So I guess what I would say is I'm eager to hear more from my fellow council members about their thoughts on these issues. I generally, as I say, like to support our commissions, but I'm bothered by this one for those reasons.
Mayor Wilner, may I offer some information that might help a little bit?
Sure.
Okay. In the history section of the staff report, based on my research, because I was not involved in any of this personally, the original application was approved with conditions, and they required the follow-up sound study after everything was in place. That sound study was presented to the Planning Commission the following January, 6 months or 9 months later. And at that time, when they demonstrated with that sound study that the noise levels were not only met, but had been reduced by the mitigations the commissions had requested, further reduced, they then encouraged or essentially opened the door to the application for them to come back and request more time to play for playtime. So it was sort of a discussion that ensued between them at the time that they came back to meet that condition of approval.
When was that?
That was January of 2025, I believe. The report was dated January 16. I think the meeting was January 22nd, 2025. And the minutes were very synopsized, but the motion was that they encouraged them to return to request more hours of playtime. So I don't know if that helps, but I'm not trying to advocate.
No, I
just-
understand. That's
yeah.
useful information. Thank you. Anything further? I don't know if you have any comments about these issues.
Yeah, I mean, I think, thank you to our staff. That's reasonable clarification. It's not like they're just arbitrarily coming back when they feel like it. And I really feel like lifestyles are different than they were a couple of years ago. And I totally get why these hours are of interest to them. It just makes sense to me. And again, like I watched the planning commission meeting. They were incredibly thorough. The discussion was rigorous. And the only thing that I think rankles me is like, yeah, those the metrics that we have to evaluate sound quality reflect the sounds that we're hearing. And if that's a no, that's another discussion. But with respect to this particular planning commission decision, I'm going to uphold the decision in my vote.
Yeah, I tend to think that our planning commission and DRB and other groups are pretty thorough in terms of how they vet these things. That said, the way that the neighbors have come out, it's hard not to side with that perspective. I think what we heard tonight is that PTSD is being activated. We heard that people can't enjoy dinner or invite people over, which sounds very, very serious. That hasn't been my experience living across from Del Mar. That hasn't been my experience walking around the TPC and listening to the noise. And that hasn't been my experience with the lagoon courts. I don't play pickleball. I tried it out with my kids and stuff during COVID, like I think a lot of other people did. But I also have a hard time. I think what we're running up against also is that the public courts are much closer to houses, and have little to no restrictions and almost no complaints. And I don't know if they have even half of the sound mitigation efforts or any sound mitigation efforts at all. So that's what it's really confusing, where if you live 50 feet from just the chain link fence where people are slamming pops and all the other things that you hear about pickleball, and the person lives 50 feet away and they don't zero complaints. Why? And my kids were on the water polo team that got kicked out of the TPC for playing water polo at 8 p.m. at night or whatever. And the children's screams of scoring a goal was over the line in some way. So
when did that happen?
Must have been, I don't know, 2020, 2021, something like that. It was in that time. So it wasn't long ago.
Mm-hmm.
It's a tough one. I mean, I think the TPC, to Jack's point, I think I also hear Jack's point of where the TPC is in a unique position where I think change any change that the TPC enacts is incredibly disruptive to the neighbors, and we immediately hear about it when the TPC makes any sort of change.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I know that the council has done, I'm not sure if it would help in this case or just sort of prolong the issue, but when uses have been approved that have been of concern or controversial, we have an approval with a report back in 6 months or something like that, to see how things have gone. In this case, I think I'm not sure that would make a difference because, you know, we already the lines are pretty clearly drawn in terms of how people feel regarding the sound. So I'm not sure that a report back would be of help. So I think if that's all we have to say, we need to move towards a vote and make a decision, unless there's more.
If I may, I just want to jump in before you make a decision. Pursuant to the appeal resolution of the town, if you are going to deny or grant the appeal, the motion should be a motion to direct staff to come back with a resolution, you know, with the decision that you have made. So if it's a grant,
So whatever we decide, we're asking for resolution.
A resolution
at
back.
the next meeting.
Correct.
What you're saying. Okay.
So I have no idea what the other two votes are, but I would make the motion that we deny the appeal and move to adopt the resolution upholding the decision of the planning commission, but direct staff to come back at the next meeting with that encapsulated in a resolution. Is that said correctly?
A motion to direct staff to come back with a resolution denying the appeal.
Yes, that's what I meant to say. Thank you.
Yes. Yeah, that's fine. And that the action is exempt from CEQA pursuant to the two categorical exemptions that are listed.
And that the action is exempt from CEQA according to the two categorical exemptions.
I don't think I'm ready to second it yet.
So if we don't second it, then we either need to bring a new motion or have further discussion. So we can't just sit and watch you think.
Well, you're thinking too, John.
I know. Well, I mean, if we have to vote, we have to vote.
I mean, I don't know what extra angles you want to hear about, but like from the real estate perspective, I will say it sounds like a few people bought their houses after pickleball started to being played. So those people got the benefit of a reduced price when they bought their house. So the idea that they are not participating on the upside as much as other people, it's just kind of disingenuous in my opinion. Like,
although I'm sure there are plenty of people who live there longer than.
oh, I agree. Then that's a different category. I totally agree. But
yeah,
you know, you can't, you know. Hey, look.
Well, John, what are you thinking?
Well, I'm gonna second the motion so that we have an action, and I'm going to vote against denying. Right. So I'm voting to support the. Well, wait.
So you're voting against the motion.
Well, you have to wait for the vote.
Motion on the floor that's been seconded,
Yeah.
that we can take a roll call vote.
I will, but can you repeat the resolution that's been made, that's being proposed?
It was a motion to direct staff to come back with a resolution denying the appeal and that the action is exempt from CEQA.
Okay, so let's take a roll call vote on whether to deny the appeal.
Direct staff, yeah.
Councilmember Fredericks is recused. Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Thier is absent. Vice Mayor Nickmore.
Yes.
And Mayor Wellner.
No. So the motion carries, and we'll have a resolution next time for the council to vote on to deny the appeal.
To deny the appeal, correct.
All right. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate all your input. Take 5?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's take 5. Well, I was going to vote no matter. I mean, I.
Once the rest of that's fine. That's 38 investors. Next game, 32. Yeah. We're not talking about the motion. We just wonder why they didn't. Sure. Yeah. They say it's like yeah. They have to fall into. It should be its own meeting for only item on the agenda.
Hey, Jack, how are you? Good. I just came in here about the budget. And the pickleball.
I also have. Normally. Yes.
I just feel like I should though at some point. I look while you were sitting there. Oh, I see. Oh, that's. Oh, I see. Oh, that's so smart. That is what I'm talking about. Yeah, yeah, no. Yeah, I can take it off.
Yeah. I was leaving a line on it.
Oh.
We were going to try to lower the cost. Well, there's just one item, Chuck, that's fine. Like down, I'll take care of that.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I got it.
I
Chuck?
would
You know, be nice, we were going through this weird.
Right.
There you go.
Yeah.
I was presentation.
I'm sorry. I had my mom that whole time. I told her, would you do that? Oh, well, let me talk to Dallas or. Yeah. Yeah. We just see survey work.
Well, that does kind of, I just think, you know, that's like, I won't respond. Right, I mean, you got to be all right, municipal, yeah.
Yeah.
It's up to you. That's don't have to have it.
That's like my table, it's like. Yeah.
So I'll tell you the truth. About pickleball. The data really.
No, I'm writing a letter, I'm writing a thing for my alumni magazine.
Depends on who's writing.
You're at the high school reunion, I was in. I didn't want to rent it out.
And we can do it, it just doesn't bother us, but I was at every. And other houses there.
Oh.
I have some notes further.
And then it was like, there's like a weird time warp occurred. I was like hanging out, taking pictures, like they're next 9, 10 o'clock, and all of a sudden it was 2 a.m. Oh my God, happened again.
But you know, before they put the batting up, I actually walked along the marsh to point out, and it was quite loud.
No jail.
All right. So fun.
Yeah, Denver's really good this summer. Never lost a game like. Denver probably.
And so. Thanks.
Okay, come back wherever you are.
Yeah.
But I got to sit up this week. Sorry.
Oh, I came for the budget. Because I got mine in 2 weeks.
I'm sorry, I thought you were delete.
From the largest municipal building
Right.
in town. That's what neighborhood. The large building municipal. You guys know what's on it? And higher than the mayor.
It's fine. Time flies.
Nice to meet you.
shoot. You know he has 62 sides to show us. Because I asked.
We are back in session. So the next item, I'd like to move to the next, this is the sidewalk ordinance. I'd like to move to the next, our next meeting. So I'm told that we need to move to do that. So I move to continue item 2 to our next meeting. Can I have a second?
Second.
And a roll call, please.
Councilmember Fredericks.
Yes.
Councilmember Ryan.
Yes.
Councilmember Thier is absent. Vice Mayor Nick Barr
Yes.
and Mayor Wellner.
Yes. All right, then the next hearing item is the annual vacancy report. Can I have a staff report, please?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. AB 2561 requires a public entity to present the status of their staff vacancies in a public hearing annually prior to the approval of the annual budget. Recognized labor organizations are invited to also make presentations during the hearing. Public entities must provide ample notice to their respective labor organizations regarding information on Assembly Bill 2561 requirements and changes to any policies, procedures, and recruitment activities that may lead to obstacles in the hiring process. In years where vacancy rates exceed 20% in a particular bargaining unit, the agency must, upon the request of a labor organization, include in the report the total number of vacancies within the bargaining unit, total number of applicants for vacant positions within the bargaining unit, and the average number of days to complete the hiring process from when a position is posted, and finally, opportunities to improve compensation and other working conditions. In terms of an analysis under these requirements, the town currently has 3 vacancies amongst its 2 labor unions. The town has adopted to use May 1st of each calendar year for the measurement of this data, as this allows time to present the item and prior to the budget presentation and adoption. The current number of vacancies equals 6.82% of the town's 44 total approved positions, which is below the 20% threshold set by law. Regarding the 2 labor unions, the town has 2 recognized bargaining units. Vacancies by bargaining units, total positions per bargaining unit, and percent of vacancies within a bargaining unit are as follows. For the Tiburon Police Association, which has a total of 15 members, we have 2 vacancies, which is 13.33% of the total members. For the Service Employees International Union Local 1021, which has 7 members, we have 1 vacancy, which is 14.29% of the total members. Neither of these 2 bargaining units has a vacancy percentage that exceeds 20%, and there have been no policy or procedural changes that impact the hiring or retention process. Both bargaining units were invited to make a presentation at tonight's hearing and did not express any desire to do so. So the recommendation from staff is that town council receive the presentation on the status of vacancies for the town of Tiburon for 26, receive presentations by labor groups, if any, and receive any public comment on the item.
Okay, very good. Thank you for that report. Do we have any presentations by labor groups or the public? Anyone online?
Seeing none.
Okay, so we'll close this item and move to the next. Thank you for the report. Our next hearing item is the review and approval of the budget and capital improvement program. Can I have the staff report, please?
Sure. And just to be clear, we're not approving this evening. Tonight is the required public hearing where the budget and CIP are presented to council. The direction for council this evening is to hear the report, receive any public comment, provide any direction to staff. to changes with regards to changes that they'd like to see in the budget or the CIP, and staff intends to return to council on June 17th for adoption of the budget and CIP.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. See if that's going to work. Perfect. Again, thank you, Mayor, Council, members of the public. This is one of the longer presentations you'll hear from me in the year. But tonight we're going to review the town's operating budget and proposed operating budget and proposed capital improvement program. And we're going to start with the operating budget, and then the CIP will be presented later by Patrick Kerslake from the Public Works Department. So the proposed budget for FY27 proposes no significant operational changes in the town. No new FTEs or full-time equivalents are being requested. However, proposed budget does include several proposed job classification changes over the current budget and job classification system. I'm going to review those first, and then we're going to go through more revenue and expenditure data. In the Administrative Services Division, I am proposing that the town clerk position be reclassified as town clerk / assistant town manager. This change reflects the significant increased leadership role and associated responsibilities the incumbent has taken on over the past 3 years. The second job classification change we're proposing is in the Public Works Department. And here I'm proposing that the Public Works Operations Division Manager position be reclassified as Public Works Operations Division Manager / IT Coordinator. This change reflects the increased responsibility the incumbent in this position has taken on in key areas, most significantly in IT management. Several years ago, the town went from a full-time IT coordinator to a contract network administrator model. What we've learned in that time is it still requires a significant amount of staff time, someone on staff to spend a significant amount of time coordinating both the work of that network administrator and keeping track of various aspects of our IT system. The third change in job classification is in the police department. Here, we're proposing to take one patrol officer position and reclassify it as a sergeant position. A little bit of background on this. In FY25, one of the existing of 4 sergeant positions was assigned as a detective sergeant. And in FY26, one police service aide position was reclassified as a patrol officer position. This raised the number of patrol officers from 8 to 9 and reduced the PSAs from 3 to 2. Given the benefits provided by the sergeant detective assignment over the past couple of years, the chief and captain and I agree, we're proposing to continue with that arrangement and to reclassify a patrol officer position to sergeant, which would provide each team of 2 officers with a dedicated supervising sergeant. The final change in job structure we're proposing in this budget is in the building division of the Community Development Department, where both the building permit clerk and building permit technician positions are being proposed to go from 35 hours per week to 40 hours per week. Finally, the proposed budget from an employment perspective includes cost of living increases and appropriate step raises and other benefits for all represented employees per council approved contracts. For the TPOA, the Tiburon Police Officers Association, this means a 3.5% cost of living increase. And a reminder that this is FY27 will be the final year of a 3-year contract. For SEIU, there's a 3% COLA. Again, we're coming up to the final year of a 3-year contract. For unrepresented employees, the proposed budget includes a 3.25% cost of living increase, as well as funding for step merit increases for all employees who are not at the top of their salary range. So taking a step back and looking at the appropriations as a whole, the proposed budget includes $28,378,469 of total appropriations. This can be broken up into sort of 4 categories. The biggest category being the operating budget on the bottom. We have a small capital equipment and technology outlay category. There's the CIP program, again, which we'll discuss in some detail later. And there is what we call a debt service component as well. You've heard me say many times that the town has no traditional debt. The debt you see here is associated with the undergrounding districts that the town has coordinated over the years. And this money represents the money that flows into the town from property tax, and we pay the bonds on an annual basis. So it's not town debt, It's debt that we simply administer on behalf of these districts. So let me just back up. When you look at these the bottom two categories, the operating and the capital equipment and technology outlay, we routinely lump these together and call those sort of the operating budget. And in that, we have the budget is proposing $19,147,901 of what we call revenues and sources, and $19,126,259 in expenditures. This leaves us with a budgeted surplus of $21,642. And when you further break that down into general fund, the general fund revenues versus the general fund expenditures, you'll see that same surplus, but it's a smaller number. General fund revenues total just over $15 million. And proposed general fund expenditures total $21,642, less than that. First, we're going to take a look at revenue. General fund revenue is broken up into 9 categories. And this table summarizes the difference between the FY26 adopted budget and the FY27 proposed budget for those 9 categories. I'm not going to go through each one, but you'll see in total we're projecting $489,790 more of general fund revenue, which is a 3.37% increase. This is the same information shown in a pie chart, and it just gives you a sense of the relative scale of the categories of revenue. And as you can see, property taxes, as always, is by far the biggest component of our general fund revenue, followed by decreasing amounts for the other 8 categories. Some of this will be a repeat of what we spoke about 2 weeks ago when the presentation that I gave was dedicated specifically to revenue. So these are repeat slides. This slide is sales tax. Excuse me. This is secured property tax, I think. I can't see it. Again, it's our biggest source of revenue and also one of our most reliable in terms of the rate at which it increases. So this is looking back a number of fiscal years, and we're always very confident about this number. We get updates every month from the county on what this is looking like. So this is one of our more reliable and more predictable sources. A reminder that when you pay a property tax bill in Tiburon, for every $1 of property tax you pay, the town gets 7.7 cents. Or in this slide, for every $100, the town gets $7.70. It's just a reminder that of the property tax bills that our residents pay, the town gets a relatively small portion, with the rest of it shown here in this chart, how it's broken up. I'm going to quickly cover just a few more sources of revenue. Another one that's relatively stable, easy to predict, or reliably going up at a certain rate, which is called property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees. I won't go into detail of what that actually means, but it was one of the state's mechanisms many years back to more or less take money from the towns in property tax, and they replaced it, or they give you more property tax in lieu of vehicle license fees, which used to come directly to the towns. It's generally tied to the rate of increase of property tax, but not exactly. Now we're going to cover a few revenue sources that are not quite so predictable. Transient occupancy tax is the 10% tax we charge on our 2 hotel establishments in town. And you can see the big dip in COVID, and a little bit more, not a linear rise here, but so it makes it a little bit difficult to predict. As a result, we're generally pretty conservative when we finalize the numbers for the budget on what we're projecting. Sales tax, a little bit more predictable, but again, we saw a dip in COVID, and the town had the good fortune not only coming out of COVID, but at the same time, we had a number of large restaurant establishments renovated and or built in that time period. So we saw a nice rise in sales tax revenue over a period of 3 fiscal years. Since then, it's flattened out a bit, and we're not seeing the rise keeping pace, say, with the rise in property tax. This is repeat information from the last presentation that I gave 2 weeks ago. A reminder that the statewide sales tax is 7.25%, and the town gets 8% right off the base rate. And over the years, in Marin County, the county has added 3 measures that have added 1% to that base rate. So the lowest base rate in Marin County is 8.25%. And in addition to the county, the only 3 entities that have an 8.25% sales tax are Tiburon, Belvedere, and Ross. And of those 3, Tiburon is really the only entity that has a significant sales tax generating capability. Another source of revenue that's significant but difficult to predict is what we call ERAF, or Education Revenue Augmentation Fund. This is another state change made many years ago that essentially took money away from towns and cities across the state and shifted it to school funding. Marin is one of only, I believe, 2 or 3 counties in the state that generate what's called excess ERAF. And that excess money is returned back to the cities, towns, any entity that receives property tax. For instance, the library, JPA, receives ERAF money as well. But you can see it varies kind of wildly and pretty difficult to predict. Building permits, another significant source of revenue, somewhat difficult to predict one year to the next. So that's the end on revenues, and going to switch over to the expenditure side. And just want to make a note that the total operating expenditures included in the town include what we call the Belvedere Tiburon Library Agency property tax pass-through. Essentially, the tax money that's earmarked, not just earmarked, that the library gets, flows through both the town of Tiburon and the city of Belvedere, and we pass it through dollar for dollar directly to the library. It's a big number, so it skews the numbers quite a bit. So the remainder of this presentation factors this out, in what we call the adjusted operating expenditures totaling $16,338,526, which is an increase of 4.1%. Big picture, salaries and wages are always the biggest component of our budget, and town-wide, this increase is $588,146, or 6.6%. A reminder, I mentioned this earlier, the town has 43 employees, 44 employees, 43 employees, 15 of which are in the TPOA, 7 are which are in SEIU, and we have 21 employees who are unrepresented. A reminder that draft budget includes funding for contractually obligated increases, which I mentioned earlier, and increases for unrepresented staff. It also includes a $124,000 or 10.8% increase in the required CalPERS unfunded accrued liability payment, which we'll discuss a bit later in the presentation. When we look at all of the operating expenditures broken up by category, you'll see the 6 categories: employee benefits, salaries and wages, town-owned housing improvements, capital outlay expense, and supplies and services. Once you get out sort of the salary, wages, employee benefits realm, the next biggest category is supplies and services. And when you look at total supplies and services, this is how we break that up into its multiple components. We take that same number and break it down by department, and we see we have the Public Works Department, the Police Department, Community Development, Administrative Services, and we have a category called non-departmental expenses. And as normal, the Police Department represents the largest department in town, largely due to the fact that their employees work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, whereas everybody else works more of a normal schedule. Now I'm going to go through a brief overview of each department expenditures, and we'll show you an organizational chart for each department. This is a revised organizational chart based on the proposal that the town clerk position is reclassified. It shows that the department has 7 FTEs, which is the same amount it's always had, just reclassifying one position. When we look at the department funding, it totals $3,618,351. Of that, $3,396,851 is funded by general fund revenue. The department is broken up into 4 divisions: administrative, legal services, town hall facility, and what we call legislative support. I'm going to do a brief overview of each division. Again, the department as a whole, the department is increasing 5.7% or 195,692. When we look at the division individually, the administrative services division, I'm not going to highlight every single change. I'm basically going to talk about the large changes in this division. The the salary and benefits increased by 184,515. This is broken up or contributed by the COLA increases and merit increases, reclassifying the clerk position. I am proposing a $60,000 increase in part-time funding and for part-time staff that would assist us in various administrative tasks, including contract and grants administration and other administrative duties. Contractual services are being increased by $30,000. This includes contracts with regional government services, much more than consulting, data ticket, and HDL. Capital technology allowance, which is essentially the depreciation expense we charge our departments, is increasing by $27,880, and a $15,000 increase in consultant funding. And that total funding for consultants will cover a comprehensive fee study, which we discussed at the last meeting, and also grant writing assistance for the combined library, town hall, community resilience center project. When we look at the other 3 divisions in the administrative department, the legal services division remains flat at its current level of funding. The town hall facility division is essentially flat. I think about a $3,000 increase, which is less than 1%. The legislative support division is proposed to increase by $7,500 or 3.8%, and this is due to an increase in the holiday light expense as well as special event expense. One example is the paying for the annual holiday party, which we resurrected last year for the first time since COVID. Switching to the community development department, this is the organizational chart proposed for next year, which is unchanged from the current year. 8 full-time equivalents. The community development department is comprised of 3 divisions: the planning and design review, building inspection, and we have what's called a long-range planning division. Total budget of just over $2 million. General fund funds most of it at $1,951,098. Looking at it by division, the overall increase in the planning division is $23,730. This is driven by net increase in salary, employee benefits of just over $3,000, a $6,000 increase in noticing publication expense for a planned townwide mailer related to our sea level rise project, a $6,500 increase in membership costs for participation in a countywide ADU housing program, and a $4,650 increase in the depreciation expense charged to this department. Looking at the building division, it's about $118,400 increase. This is driven by net increase in salary and benefits of $89,423. It's more than normal because we're asking for the building permit tech and building permit clerk positions to be raised from 35 hours a week to 40 hours a week. It also includes a $25,000 increase in contract services for contract building inspector services and outside plan check services. We often, to maintain our commitment to being able to do inspections next day, when we have a building inspector or the building official either at a training or on vacation, we try to bring in a contract building inspector so that we can continue to operate as expected. The advanced planning division has no change in funding, and it's a $100,000 line item that's actually not funded by the general fund. Switching to the police department, this represents the proposed change of sergeants. You'll see at the bottom, this now shows 5 sergeants, one of which is a detective sergeant, and the newly classified sergeant position would supervise 2 officers, just like the other 3 existing sergeants do. Total number of FTEs is unchanged. It remains at 18. Police department is, I think I've got these slides backwards, but the police department is comprised of 2 divisions, the police services department, and a very small department, which is essentially supporting the police building or facility. When we look at the divisions, the police services division is slated to increase $197,980. That's the bulk of the total department increase of 3.99%, largely driven by salary and benefits increases of $185,000 and some change. This is due to COLA and step increases, a reclassification of the officer position to sergeant. And we also have several line item decreases that are offset by a $21,000 increase in the depreciation expense charged to the department. The police facility division has a small increase of $800. Switching to the Public Works Department, again, this is essentially the exact same org chart with the proposed reclassification of the operations division manager shown on the top left. Same number of FTEs in the current budget or essentially the same organizational structure. This department is broken up into 6 divisions and totals just over $3.4 million, with just over $3 million of that funded by the general fund. Again, when we look at the whole department is increasing by about $202,000. The admin engineering division has $170,000 and some change increase, largely driven by salary benefit increases. And we also are proposing additional part-time funding here to assist the department in various administrative tasks, which includes contract and agreement management. We want to start scanning mountains of old plans and approvals that the department has done over the years that are upstairs. And then also we would expect this person to perhaps do some project management of small department projects. It includes moving, part of the increase in this department is because we're moving $14,500 of costs from the Public Works Streets division to this division, and accurately accounting for various contract services. Public Works contract services is requiring an increase of $23,000. This includes contracts with Verkada, Brightly, which is our work order management system, and Ring Central, which is our phone system. There's also an increase in the depreciation allowance charged to this department. Looking at the streets division, it's actually a decrease, and it's partly because mostly because we're reducing by $30,000 the amount budgeted for capital equipment outlay from $100,000 to, I believe, $70,000. There is a net salary increase of $11,600, and we're actually decreasing the capital technology outlay. This is, I mentioned earlier, we're moving this $14,500 to the admin engineering department. In the Parks division, there's a $47,000 increase driven by salary and benefits increases. We have utility cost increases of just over $18,000. And in this department, we're also moving some of the capital technology allowance or depreciation from this department to the admin department. The 3 remaining divisions in Public Works, the courtyard, we're looking at just under a $10,000 increase due to a $6,000 increase in vehicle maintenance and a $3,600 increase in the capital technology allowance. We have a division called Street Signal Light System Division, and this is projected to have a $2,500 decrease, a slight decrease in the street signal light maintenance expense, but offset by a small increase in the utility expense. The Cypress Hollow District, we operate as a separate division in Public Works. We are projecting $11,000 increase in this, and this represents an increase in contract maintenance services and a very slight increase in utilities. The final department is sort of oxymoron. It's non-departmental expenses. And this is where we sort of lump together a number of things that don't fit in an individual department. And it's broken up into 4 divisions. This is where the money for the library flows. So you'll see the absolute biggest part of this is where the tax money comes in for the library, and then we send it to the library. The other divisions are, the biggest one is what we call insurance and intergovernmental agreements division. And we're looking at $100,000 decrease. And this is due to, we've mentioned this prior, the town and the council approved that the town consolidate all its insurances with one of our carriers. And by doing so, we are experiencing a $70,000 decrease in insurance premiums. We also have the Yellow Bus JPA program. It does not require any contributions from the city or town this year, so we're able to reduce the budget an additional $45,000. That's offset by $13,460 of various increases in a number of the other JPAs. That's a combined number. One thing to note, and we'll talk a little bit about it later as well, is that this year we're proposing to fund 100% of the retiree medical expenses from the OPEB trust. You may recall that last year this year we funded 50% of this cost from the trust. We're confident that the trust is funded at a level that will allow us to continue to pay the retiree medical benefits 100% from that trust moving forward. And we'll see a slide on that in just a little bit. There are no changes in expenditures for any of the other divisions in this department. Getting towards the end here, so we're going to briefly talk about long-term liabilities. We do talk about, and I've said before, the town has no traditional debt, but the town does have long-term liabilities associated with what are called retiree medical benefits or other post-employment benefits, OPEB, and also CalPERS pension costs. This slide shows you the status of the OPEB liability. Many years ago, starting, maybe 2015 or 16, the town established trusts for each one of these long-term liabilities and funded these over the years, put money, general fund money, into these trusts with the idea of funding these liabilities, with ideally 100%. The OPEB trust, I'm happy to report, is doing very well. The most recent actuarially calculated liability for this is $3,556,000, and that was a measurement date of June 30th, 2024. The net assets in the OPEB trust as of April 30th of this year it was 4.2 million. And so that gives us about a 639,000 surplus over the liability. So we consider the liability 117% or 118% funded.
So if I can ask a question, is there any reason why we wouldn't sweep that surplus and put it back into the general budget?
Well, you have to presume we're spending about we're currently spending about $170,000 a year out of this trust. So you have to presume that it's going to continue to earn or produce returns that exceed that. The whole idea is to have the liability fully funded. That way on our book.
I'm wondering if there's I mean,
we can explore that, whether we can take money out of the trust and move it. But I don't, although
it's kind of an embarrassment of riches to be like overfunding our liability.
But all it would take is this money isn't invested like our cash is. For instance, this is invested in the stock market at a moderately aggressive portfolio. So a bad year in the stock market would decrease this, could easily put us back below the 100% level in combination. We're going to be spending $170,000 a year out of it every year. So you would have to essentially return 4% plus each year to just stay even. So if you believe that you're going to do that on a long-term basis, it may be worth. I certainly wouldn't recommend doing it now. I think monitoring this, and if it continues to grow, that may be something we can look at.
So to clarify, what you're saying is that any surplus really depends on what the markets are doing?
Exactly. So as of April 30th, 2026, our portfolio in this trust was valued at $4,195,615. If the stock market, if our portfolio returned zero in the next year and we expended $170,000 on expenses, it would be reduced by the expenditures. If there were negative returns in the next year, their portfolio would be reduced by those negative returns plus the $170,000 of expenditures. Of course, the opposite is true. If we experience 5 or 10% returns, the portfolio could grow and the surplus could grow bigger. So I don't have the slide from last year, but I believe we were just about 100% funded last year. So this is the first year we've really significantly exceeded 100% funding. So I don't, my opinion is it's not appropriate at this point to start shifting money, but it certainly bears watching, and we certainly don't want to have a surplus grow too large. But what is important to note is the next slide, which talks about our next liability, which is our CalPERS unfunded liability. And as of the most recent measurement date, that liability is $47.8 million. We have $34,331,000 of assets that CalPERS holds on our behalf. So that leaves a unadjusted, unaccrued or accrued liability of $13.5 million. We have a pension trust, a separate trust just for this liability, which is valued at just over $2 million, which leaves a net of unfunded liability of $11.5 million, which is 75.9% funded. So if you combine the two long-term liabilities the town has, we are not 100% funded. Is that clear?
But so, and the only thing that confused me on the previous slide, and I think it's less confusing here, is you said that the liability is valued as of June 30th, 2024, but the liability is just what we owe people with actuarial tables saying how long they're going to live, right? So there's not, like, it doesn't totally matter when it's valued in that respect. But the next slide, the CalPERS, makes a huge difference if it's only valued in 2024, because the stock market's gone up for 2 years. And if it was valued 2 years ago, it's not counting the last 2 years of returns, right? In the CalPERS accrued assets.
That would be the subject of 5 council meetings trying to understand CalPERS. But you're absolutely right. Okay. This is a much simpler, in some ways, a much simpler liability to understand. But you're right. It's an actuarially calculated liability. Unfortunately, there's always a 2-year lag. We'll be receiving the next actuarial report sometime in the fall. It'll be a measurement date of June 30, 2025. And, you know, I presume the liability will go up slightly. It's possible.
Okay. And I don't mean to belabor this point because I want to move on, but the one thing I want to clarify though, is that you say we have to pay $170,000 a year. But when we do pay that, it decreases our assets, but it also decreases our liability, doesn't it?
No, because it's not like a CalPERS pension. It's not like you're paying a mortgage off. It's an actuarial calculation, right? So it's based on how many people are receiving the benefit now, and how many may receive it in the future. And
I'll take a private lesson with you.
Oh, yeah?
Go ahead. I don't want to belabor this. Go ahead.
Okay. So this slide is specifically about the CalPERS liability, and so virtually every entity that's in the CalPERS system is underfunded. There may be a handful that are 100% funded, but the vast majority are probably close to where we are, in the 70, sort of the 80% range funded. CalPERS put in place many years ago a plan to try to get everybody fully funded. And it's essentially acts sort of like a mortgage. We have to make, in addition to the normal cost that we pay, that's based as a percentage of salary, we have to make an annual payment towards our unfunded accrued liability. And the box in red indicates fiscal year 27. And I mentioned this earlier that the budget includes $123,859 increase in that annual payment over the prior year, which was 10.83%. And when you look, every year we get the CalPERS report, they give you a projection of the coming years. I would take these with somewhat of a grain of salt because they are largely dependent on stock market returns and when they get factored into the CalPERS formula. But based on this projection, next year we'll see our annual payment increase, but not at such a high rate. And in ensuing years, you can see what their projected increase in payments will be for this expense. Okay, we're going to transition here into capital improvement program. You've seen a version of this slide at the last meeting. This is a history of the town's fund reserves. The black or the dark line at the bottom are the restricted reserves. The blue line in the middle are the general fund reserves, and the green line at the top are the combined reserves. You will see that largely due to the capital improvement program that you're going to be hearing about in a few minutes. If that were implemented as proposed and the money was spent as proposed, we would see just over a $5 million drop in combined reserves. And the next couple of slides give you somewhat of the details on that. These come right from the budget book. These are the general fund reserves, which are broken up into two categories: policy restricted and discretionary set-asides. And the bottom line, you'll see the beginning balance to the left, the ending balance to the right, and the second column from the right is the change in fund balance based on the proposed budget. And when we switch to restricted funds, this is the same information, projected beginning balances as of July 1st, all the expected revenues, expenses, and capital expenses, and then the net change and what the projected balances will be at the end of the year. At the last meeting, we talked a bit about the fact that the general fund, which is essentially the top two lines combined on this chart, the council has routinely transferred money in every budget from the general fund to various other reserve funds. And you'll see this budget is no different. And I just condensed the table to show you what the proposed transfers are in this year's budget. You'll see we are projecting in the transfer out column, which is the third column from the right, a total of just over $1.8 million of transfers. And you can see the reserve funds that would be the recipient of those transfers in the next column to the left, transfers in. And you'll see the largest single transfer is from general fund to the Parks Development and ORT fund at $1 million. A small amount goes to the Dairy Knoll maintenance, $35,000. And that $35,000 represents the annual payment that Belvedere makes to the town each year for the ranch. So we routinely transfer that money into a reserve fund for Dairy Knoll for future work on that building or the ranch, as most people know it. We are proposing to transfer money to both the Open Space Management Fund and the Streets and Drainage Fund, more or less just to get them back to close to zero at the end of the year. You'll see there'll just be small balances in those funds at the end of the year. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Patrick Kerslake, Operations Division Manager, to walk us through the proposed capital improvement program.
Thanks, Greg, and good evening, Mayor, members of the council, and members of the public. Excited to share this year's proposed capital improvement program with you. We're going to go through recently completed projects, our ongoing programs and projects, and what we have proposed for fiscal year 26-27. First, we're going to highlight a couple of completed projects. It's a sampling of projects, not every project we've executed, and it's from a variety of categories covering streets, drainage, and community improvements. We did a fairly large pavement rehabilitation project on Paradise Drive this year. We also did a storm drain rehabilitation project in the Bel Air neighborhood, along with improvements to our steps, lanes, and trails, some interior improvements at Town Hall, as well as some unexpected repairs to seawalls, rock-lined seawalls at San Rafael Avenue and along Shoreline Park. We also completed a structural analysis update for Elephant Rock. Some of the highlights from the ongoing projects and programs that we have virtually running year-round, year-to-year. We have ongoing pavement maintenance and rehabilitation program, storm drain rehabilitation, open space vegetation management, and steps, lanes, and trail improvements. So for the fiscal year 27 CIP, the proposed expenditures are organized into 3 different categories. And the way that it's broken up in the CIP for reference for those who are looking at it, they are street improvement, drainage improvement, and community and miscellaneous projects. Street improvement projects proposed for this fiscal year are around 2.3 million. We recently opened bids for our annual pavement maintenance project, and the request will be coming to Town Council to award the contract on June 17th. This coming year, we also have a little over $1 million in drainage improvement projects to perform a variety of projects that we'll go into in more depth in following slides. And the community and miscellaneous project category is a category that encompasses 3 different subcategories: buildings and facilities, park facilities, and miscellaneous. Again, we'll go into those a bit into more detail here in the following slides. But for community and miscellaneous, it's around $4.5 million proposed expenditures for a total CIP of $7.9 million. Out of that, $2.2 million is grant funded, and $3.4 million comes from general fund reserves, and restricted fund reserves around $2.2 million. This is the basically what I just explained, summarized, and by funding source. And we have, I think, around 11 funding sources indicated that are both internal and external to the town, and they're all identified by name and expenditure. And the proposed projects for this coming fiscal year prioritize maintaining and protecting existing assets, ensuring public infrastructure remains safe, functional, and well cared for over time. Many of the projects reflect previously established town council priorities, including investments in pavement maintenance and drainage that help avoid more costly repairs in the future. And the CIP is a flexible, evolving document, allowing projects to be added or adjusted as community needs change. So first, we'll go through the list of street improvement projects. This list contains, I believe, three different projects to construct, and some of them may appear in duplicate rows on this table because they have a variety of funding sources. So for example, the cells highlighted in blue, light blue, annual pavement maintenance project has a variety of funding sources that fund the project. We also have annual bicycle and pedestrian improvements that have 2 different funding sources, as well as the Kleinert Way circulation improvements design for a project that's grant funded that's projected for construction next year. And lastly, we are always designing future year pavement maintenance or rehabilitation projects. So we have $150,000 for a design to get ready for next summer's project. Total expenditures are around $2.3 million for street improvement projects. Graphically, this slide depicts the variety of funding sources. Next, we'll cover drainage improvement projects, and we have 4 different projects here. Storm drain rehab annual lining project. We are getting ready to advertise a project to line more storm drain segments around town. The focus is to rehabilitate rather than open trench, but we will open trench and perform spot repairs when necessary. We also have a project to go into the railroad marsh here behind Town Hall to remove more biomass and cattails as part of our ongoing maintenance commitments there to keep the capacity as much as possible.
And if I could ask, so we're approving the overall budget for capital improvement tonight, but when projects exceed a certain amount, they come to us individually for approval. Is that correct? And what is that amount?
Correct. 75,000.
Okay, so anything that's 75,000 or up here is going to come back to us.
Correct. We also will be designing a future storm drain maintenance and rehabilitation project as part of this program, again, to start the process to design future year rehabilitation or repair projects for storm drain infrastructure. And lastly, I have the Taylor Road Drainage Improvements Project, which is a carryover from this year that we're in. It was a project that was approved as part of the CIP that we are currently in, but we did not get to constructing the project, so we are proposing to construct it this coming year. Here's the funding summary slide. Now we're going to get into the community and miscellaneous category, and there are three subcategories to this. We'll go through the building and facilities category first. We have our accessibility evaluation and improvements project, battery storage at the police station, which is mostly grant funded. We have the corporation yard reconstruction design and bridging documents, Lyford Stone Tower roof replacement, Town Hall Library parking lot expansion design and environmental review, and the town-owned critical facility seismic assessment. And I just want to note for all of these projects in the capital improvement program, there are project data sheets that are basically informational sheets as to the history of the project and any other pertinent information to review as going through the familiarization for them. The next category here in community miscellaneous is miscellaneous projects. And this was recently in front of council. This is the Tiburon Boulevard Traffic Signal Upgrades Pilot Program and Partnership that I think went to council last meeting or 2 weeks ago. And lastly, we're going to talk about the park facilities projects that are covered in the community and miscellaneous projects category. Just as a reminder, the Parks Master Plan effort was completed in December of 2024 and identified a host of improvements across a variety of categories, priority levels, and expenses. Several park-related projects are actively in the design phase, and once completed, refined cost estimates will be presented to the Town Council for future consideration and direction. And the fiscal year 26-27 CIP includes around $3.275 million in improvements across 11 projects within parks, recreation, and open space related facilities across town. And this is the list of projects. We have the Blackie's Pasture Greenwood Beach Restoration Project, which is currently being advertised for bid and will be constructed later this summer and into the fall. It's a fully grant funded project. We are also continuing to work on the comprehensive wayfinding sign program in parks and open space. So the money budgeted for this coming fiscal year will be for implementation of a wayfinding sign program across town. We have rehabilitation of Elephant Rock covered in here. Fire road maintenance, which is part of our annual open space vegetation and fire road maintenance program. We have the gazebo rehabilitation, which is a project that was also included in the current fiscal year's CIP, a project that we didn't get to, but that we intend to get to this coming year. We also have a project for an old rail trail bridge and drainage realignment right here, right behind the Belvedere Public Works Corporation yard near Lagoon Road. There is an old bridge and a section of the ORT that we are looking to realign to increase sight lines and safety. We have our annual vegetation management projects, which we'll likely do 2 this year, a spring and a fall project to remove invasive species, reduce fire, fuel, moisture, or vegetation, and to keep our trails clear. We have the parks amenities final design for the former Richardson Bay Sanitary District Pond Site and Cypress Hollow Park. Those are proposed to be completed, the design. David Ishu can talk more about that. We have annual steps, lanes, and paths and trails improvements. And lastly, backflow prevention device installation for town-owned facilities. This is a compliance mandate that we are following from the water district.
So I just want to jump in if you go back. But I think, and I'm open to discussing this further when it comes before us, but my view is that we have some park priorities this year that are kind of higher priority for us than perhaps the Elephant Rock restoration. And it would be my preference to pull that out of the budget for this year and examine whether and what to do about Elephant Rock separately, and perhaps allocate that funding to other uses this year. So I'm just putting a pin in that for now. We can go back to it when we get to the end. Or do you want to speak to it? Right. Okay.
Can I just ask a question about that? It's hanging out there over the bay with sea level rise and storm surges and everything. If we consider pulling it out, we need, I think, need to also consider whether it's deteriorating both with respect to its current status and with its ability in the future to withstand the environmental changes because it's potential liability. And I'm not talking about a liability in being a useless asset. I'm talking about a liability in terms of people getting hurt.
Of course.
Yeah, I just think it merits more of a discussion and a look before we agree to invest $500,000 in restoration.
Sure.
Can the public comment?
Not yet, but we'll have a public hearing or a public comment after the presentation.
So this slide summarizes all of the different funding sources that comprise the community and miscellaneous category of the CIP. And to summarize the total parks related expenditures, both in the capital improvement program as well as the operating budget, it's $4.6 million worth of expenditures that are proposed. So 3.275 in the capital improvement program and 1.3 million in the operating budget. And the operating budget, as Greg went over, includes salaries, wages, supplies and services, and other normal operational costs for maintaining the park system. And the funding sources are indicated below through grant funding and general fund reserves. There's a variety of different sources that comprise the parks related expenditures, both on the CIP and the operating budget side. And we're available for any questions.
Okay, so questions on either Greg's part or Patrick's part? If okay, please go ahead.
So Patrick, do we have any potential obligation to fund any of the improvements that will deal with the flooding in the Blackfield Drive, Greenwood Beach, Tiburon Boulevard? I know that's mostly Caltrans and county, but I'm not clear on whether we have any obligation.
No, actually, we had a meeting today for the Blackie's Pasture Beach Restoration Project. It was a pre-bid walk, and I met with the county engineers, Roger Leventhal, and they are working and are taking the lead on the Greenwood Beach flooding in there. So no obligation at this time, and they have not asked.
Oh, I wish you had been able to say more than at this time, but that's good.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
I would just add to that, as that process unfolds, we've we've been asked, and of course, we welcome the opportunity to be part of that process. There's any town-owned infrastructure, that's identified, that could require repair or replacement. The town is certainly wants to be aware of it and be part of the solution there. So that's why we're involved in the process.
It's like it's early on.
It is a little early on, but we're, again, we're always, if it's identified that it's a town-owned infrastructure that we're responsible for, we'll certainly be aware of that and address it to the extent that we can. So.
Thank you.
Other questions? Okay. So we'll close the question part and open it up for public comment. So if anyone in the room or online would like to speak or ask your
We have time for each of the topics, because you've just brought up something that I wanted to give information on, because I was part of the flood zone for flood advisory board.
I mean,
I'm
it's
here for something else, so I don't want to.
It's generally speaking, it's 3 minutes per person. If you have a little bit more to say, that's fine, but not more.
I'll wait for him.
Hi, Chuck Hornbrook, Tiburon. I'll be brief. First, I appreciate the reclassification of probably the most undervalued employee here in town is the town clerk. So I was glad to see that in the budget. So hopefully my kind words don't act as a good deed gone punished. Second of all is on the transfer from the general budget, and it's $1 million, which is great. But I think with the other park plans that will be coming forward from the Parks, Open Space and Trails Commission, there may be one in 2 weeks. And in the fall, and maybe David's talked to you about this in September, totaling around $2 to $4 million in total. I think it's about 3. What would be helpful if, when you all look at the budget, to help with other like private donations is understanding what that budget would be allocated for the period of time. Post has also put together a subcommittee to basically be a conduit between the private citizens who might be creating a fund, and then for us to try to help be a conduit so if there needs to be something like recognition or other things in the parks to kind of be that. So I'm on that subcommittee as well as Nicole Voss. So there's something that exists in that section. So I think that would just be helpful going forward. So thank you very much for your time and for being here.
Yeah, that's a very helpful comment. Normally we don't, as you know, respond to comments, but I would like to say that we absolutely recognize that there will need to be time and effort spent to kind of help encourage and work with both Post and the Moms for Parks and others to figure out how best to structure an incentive program, if there are going to be private donations, and also kind of thinking through the timing of how we're going to fund all these things. One thing to keep in mind is that, we set a budget at the beginning of the year or our fiscal year, but we are free to amend it and adjust it as we go through the year and plan to do that. And I'm really glad that Ben didn't stop me from speaking further. I think I probably reached the limit.
If I can clarify, the Brown Act allows you to interact with the public on agendized items. It doesn't allow you to respond to comments on non-agenda items.
I see.
So,
all right. That's why you stayed calm. Right.
Of course, the trick is to just figure out whether the comment is within the parameters of the agendized item.
Other comments? Hi.
Hi, I'm Jenna. I'm a Tiburon resident. I know I've been here a lot. I think I've been to so many town council meetings, I've become a frequent flyer. So the Parks Master Planning process, as we all know, began over 3 years ago. It was a massive amount of work. It cost approximately $350,000, I believe. And to date, we still have no new amenities, not a single new picnic bench or table. But we are getting so close. As Chuck mentioned, Post will be submitting final designs for several parks in the coming months. And I really would urge the town to start setting aside funds now to help implement these proposals. And I really urge the town council to listen to the Post Commission. It has spent years carefully studying our parks and gathering a ton of community input. They really are our experts. And knowing what is coming your way from Post, I was frustrated with this proposed capital improvements report that I viewed online. In my view, it includes a really limited amount of money for meaningful new park improvements in the next 5 years. On page 3 of the report, it's the 5-year capital improvement plan project summary. There's some money set aside for 2026, 27, and then nothing in the other fields. Like, why aren't we planning right now for the next 5 years how we might spend, I don't know, $1 million each year, $2 million toward implementing some of these park proposals that are coming down the pike? I really feel this report does not reflect the years of dedicated work, community input, and financial investment that has gone into developing a long-term vision for our park system. Honestly, it just feels really out of touch. I urge you to support meaningful improvements to our park system. Please support amenities such as new shaded seating, new play and exercise courts, and new playground equipment. My understanding is the town has $1.1 million currently in the Parks Reserve. Please spend that on real improvements that will strengthen our community. Neighboring towns like Corte Madera have figured out how to do this without breaking the bank. Let's figure this out too. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Andrew Thompson. Thank you, staff, for the presentation and informative. But I must say I'm quite disturbed in that whether it's a business, nonprofit, public government, the most important thing to any of these organizations is their budget. And to bury this at 9:30 after a long, elaborate, appeal is just wrong. It should be its own agendized agenda. It should be the only sole agenda item early in the evening so there can be public participation. Not trying to go and just wanted to put that on the record. Let's just make sure we do that going forward and obviously have more time from its publication till it's, being presented for approval or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Carolyn Chadon. I live in Bel Air. And the first quick item I wanted to give you information on is the flood control district. And the problem that they're having, I'm also an engineer and I've studied the drain pipes and everything that's been going on there. I'm the reason that they replaced the Cove pumping station when we had the flood in 2014. They were going to do a patch that we would have flooded again. In any case, I would like to say that with the town pipes, it's not just what the town owns, Greg. It's what the town contributes to flooding. So the storm drain pipes drain from Upper Cecilia and from Upper Greenwood Cove Drive, and they all travel west and collect at the low point on Greenwood Cove Drive. The flood control district does not have the money to do what's going to be needed there to take care of that flooding, which you all know closes the street. A fire truck is even put across there. And pedestrians and school children especially have to walk on the Tiburon Boulevard shoulder, which is unprotected, to get to the Cove Apartments or to get further onto the bike path. So this is, even though Tiburon may not own the infrastructure that is it'll be county owned, Tiburon has an ethical responsibility because they contribute to the flooding. And this is one community. I don't think people who live in the Cove Apartments think they don't live in Tiburon. They think they live in Tiburon and that they're part of our community. Same the people who live in the homes further up. They have to violate the law to get to their homes and take that illegal Blackie's pasture turn that is supposed to only be there for fire vehicles. So I'm hoping the town will take a more conciliatory attitude and not, oh, that's not ours. We don't have to deal with it. We're all one community, and it's going to take a lot of funding. So that's my talk on that. I did want to talk about the budget in terms of the parks. I'm surprised to hear the speaker talk about community input. And you even may have noticed while you were sitting here that Mr. Hornbrook got up and spoke with the two ladies in the back from the Parents for Parks. We in Bel Air have not been notified of anything. And many of the residents will tell you this. Chuck has my email. He can email me. I see that on his emails, he copies Jenna McKnight. And she is just a member of the public like me. And so the town council has done a very nice job in fixing some of the problems we had in the Bel Air open space. You can go there at any time of the day and that space is in use. It's clean now. There's the dog poop bags. There's the regular mowing, the garbage picked up. The community in that neighborhood is very happy. We had a meetup that Mr. Hornbrook attended where he advocated for no baseball playing there or throwing anything that might kill, which is what the Parents for Parks, I have the written agenda, what they said. They wanted to ban baseball playing. And Mr. Hornbrook said, oh, in Mill Valley, they do that in Sycamore Park. And so the community was very vocal about what they wanted there, which was basically not much. And so I think it's important that when we talk about budget, and I know I'm an engineer, so I'm into infrastructure. Okay, but I had talked about the other thing. So
I
if I
understand,
could,
but you have 3 minutes. You're now over, but please wrap up.
yeah, I'm going to. So I think that we need to allocate more money to say things like storm drain replacement, that after the flood in 2014, engineering survey said that all of those pipes were in danger of failing. To me, I wouldn't paint my house before I fix my roof or some pipes in my house because you have to deal with what's necessary. These park plans at Bel Air Play Area are not what the neighborhood wants. The neighborhood is using that area, and I don't see why we're throwing more money at it.
Thank you.
And I also think Mr. Hornbrook has a responsibility to involve the entire community, not just the two ladies in the back.
Hi.
Hi.
I would like to start by saying I think everyone has a right to express their opinions. This is a democracy, and I really don't appreciate when I'm called out and attacked personally by people in this audience for just expressing my opinion and desire to improve the park. And so I want to put it on the record that we feel like things are a little bit unsafe sometimes when we're trying to express our opinions, and people in the audience are unhappy with what we want to say, if that makes sense. And this has been a pattern that's been coming up for a while. But in terms of the parks and what we're talking about with you guys, I'm glad to hear that there is still time to modify the budget and even time once the budget passes to continue to make modifications as well. And I have greatly enjoyed participating in the master plan for parks process. So thank you so much for initiating that. I'm so excited that the park upgrades are so close to being realized. Kudos to Post and Town Council for facilitating this extensive public input process. So I think the people have spoken and the people want parks. So now we have the beautiful designs and the town has plenty of money. And today I'm hoping that we can allocate as much money as possible to parks, looking at other constraints, obviously, which is your job. So people of all ages are excited to have beautiful spaces where they can recreate and socialize. I am personally very excited to have native plants and an ADA compliant entrance that can be used by all of my neighbors. And also a picnic table in the Bel Air play area, which I do use daily with my 3 kids. And by the way, many people in the Bel Air neighborhood where I live have approached me And they remarked to me how much nicer and more pleasant the park is since the garbage cans were put in and the poop bags. And also the maintenance has really improved. So thank you to the people in Public Works who are coming to mow the space regularly. We do notice that. We do appreciate it. It's much cleaner and more usable. So I also would remind people that there was a lot of opposition to even those like bare minimum safety and maintenance upgrades that were made like last year. So, you know, sometimes people just are opposed to change, but maybe when the change happens, people will be happy. It has to serve everyone's interests, not just a vocal few who are opposed to anything. So I am equally excited about the former sanitation ponds where we can have beautiful seating and shade and a community gathering place. On the flip side, I do think that the public will be quite upset and frustrated if they realize that all the money that has been put to the consultants, the $1 million+ is kind of for naught if there's no funding allocated to make it happen. So thank you so much for all of your hard work.
Thank you. Other comments? Anyone online?
We'll start with Beth.
Hi, my name is Beth, and before I give my public comment, I would just like to say that I would like for the town council to take seriously protecting everyone's rights of free speech and how everyone who arrives at these meetings has participated in the same things that other people have, and that everyone's right and voice is equal. And I do feel at times, sometimes people that aren't happy with change make people try to harass them to make them feel scared and not come and use their voice. But that is why we all live in America, is because we all have a right to speak. And I would like the town council to protect those rights and make people feel more comfortable in these settings. But secondly, I'm going to try and think here about my public comment, but it is 10 o'clock. So I appreciate the gentleman in the room earlier mentioning that double stacking two really thoughtful and thorough topics is really hard. I'm sure it's hard for you all up there too. But all in all, I would just like to say that in the last several years, the town has encouraged the park master planning. The Post has spoken to the community, all of the community, several times. I even walked by the downtown thing when they had poster boards. I mean, the amount of time that this community has engaged on this has been extensive, and I feel like at the point I would like the town council to take more leadership in putting commitment to what is actually going to be recreation that people can use in the next year. And then also start to plan, just like you're doing with the public works building, like start setting aside money, because the situation we're in is there's been about 20 years. The playgrounds have not been updated in 20 years, for example. And the only other thing that's been new has been Zelensky Park, where now you have a huge backlog. So you got to start somewhere, start with one or two, and then start planning to not ignore things and keep just planning ahead. And I do like that you brought attention to rethinking the Elephant Rock. I think there's just a lot there. Like, could that be a sub kayak launch? How safe is it? How unsafe is it? If it's not safe, we should put a banner up not to let kids and people fish. So I think that just deserves a whole process separately. So thank you, and thank you for listening to the community and also letting Post do their job and letting people have their freedom of speech. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Sarah.
Hi, everybody. My name is Sarah Reed. You've heard me and seen me here at these meetings before, Tiburon resident with 3 young kids. First, thanks everybody for staying up so late to talk about this important subject. I do echo Mr. Thompson's comment around having budget be a more prominent time in the meetings so that I agree this is probably the most important topic. Other topics are very important, like pickleball and other things, but budget probably shouldn't be discussed at 10:30 at night. But anyways, thank you everybody for staying up so late. I have a whole thing to say, but I kind of feel like I said this a year ago. I feel like it's deja vu when we had the same conversation where I was like, gee, it seems like we've spent a long time talking about parks and nothing's been done. And I think a year ago, budget got approved. I think a substantial amount of that has gone to consultants, more times of professional people volunteering their time, like at these meetings and others. And we're still talking about like, are we going to do anything? I do remember how controversial it was to put poop bags. It makes me sad we're talking about poop bags at an important meeting like this. And here we are in the Bel Air Park. And look, it made it better. There's less poop because it was pretty easy to put poop bags in. So I feel like small changes like that can go such a long way. We've put so much time and effort and money into making our beautiful place more beautiful in theory. Let's do it in reality and push the parks forward and give generations to come and all age groups today better ways to enjoy our beautiful place and continue to build community together. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Emily.
Hi, this is Emily. I'm a Tiburon resident. Thank you all for being here tonight and working on this. I reiterate that this process for the parks part of improvements has been going on for years of community input, meetings, surveys, more surveys, more surveys, more meetings, more town council meetings, so many ways for people to get involved in this process and to have our voices heard. And we're close. We've seen some modest maintenance people have been referring to, and it's like we're giving starving people a cookie. It's great. I appreciate it. But something is in use and something being used or something being improved doesn't mean that it's done, that it can't be made better. And I really encourage the council to trust the process and the plans that you and your commissioners have done. Keep trusting the post commission and the needs really clearly expressed by constituents. I urge you to allocate money now to fund these projects this year and down the road. I would love to see this budget worked to put a couple $1 million towards moving the parks and open spaces work forward. I will also say that I don't want the comment about flooding to get lost in the mix here. I think that's an important lens and something that we do need to keep thinking about when we think about parks, when we think about open spaces, when we think about climate change. We are seeing a real problem with flooding, and we are, I think, at great risk without paying attention to how we need to work with other entities in order to get this taken care of. But putting money towards our parks improvements, I don't think should be seen as taking away from other necessary work that the town needs to do. I think it's something the town has the money for. I think that there is public appetite for private fundraising to go along with the public funding, and something that we deserve to do for our citizens going forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
Seeing no further comments.
Okay, so we'll close the public comment period and take it back to the council for discussion. Who would like to go first?
Do we have to discuss or can we ask questions?
Either. Go ahead.
Thank you. I might have anyway, but I wanted to be polite. So really, let's say we wanted to fast forward we made a decision to fast forward some of the particular park projects. Where could we transfer money fastest to get something done? Let's say we chose one. Let's say we chose three. How many budget cycles would it take us?
That's an impossible question to answer. We can bring it back up on the screen, the fund reserve spreadsheet if you'd like, but based on the budget that was proposed,
yes,
what we had traditionally called unallocated general fund reserves will be projected at about $2.1 million. At the same time, the most relevant reserve fund, the Parks Open Space and the Parks/ORT fund would end the year at, I think, just over $600,000. Now, are those numbers conservative? They are. I mean, is that likely to be better once we finish this year and understand how revenues and expenditures came in for the end of the year and we finalize audits for the past several years? The answer is yes, but I don't believe it's going to be dramatically so. So if you look simply at the money that isn't allocated elsewhere, and if the budget as proposed were implemented, the unallocated general fund reserve number would be, again, per the budget, about 2.1 million. I'd have to, oh, there it is. 2.12 million. As I said in the meeting 2 weeks ago, that is the source of funds for not just parks projects, but for streets projects, for drainage projects, for building repair projects. I'm not minimizing the importance of parks. I'm just trying to make sure the reality of funding everything is out there.
So let me ask a question along the lines of what Alice is asking, but in a slightly different way. Right now in the budget, we have, I believe you were pointing to 1.1 million being transferred from the general fund reserve for park use. Is that correct?
1 million.
1 million. Okay. And 600,000 of that or so is to implement the detailed plans for the 3 neighborhood parks and Richardson Bay. Is that right? The Richardson Bay plan.
Well, yes. The short answer is yes. So you can look on the screen. The parks, under the discretionary reserves, the Parks and ORT Reserve Fund is projected to start the year with about just under $1.2 million. So then as you move to the right, there's a small amount of operating expenditures taken out of it. Then there's $1.3 million, which represents.
Can you use a laser pointer?
Oh, sorry. Oh, actually, it might even be easier if, can we see?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Good.
So.
Right.
Projected to start the year with this amount in that reserve fund.
Okay. So I just want to say that the park development and ORT discretionary set aside, just for clarity's sake, that is when members of the public are talking about setting aside money for the development of parks, that's the fund. Is that right?
It's certainly the most obvious one. Yes.
Okay. All right. So right now in this budget, there's 1.179 allocated for development of parks.
That's what the projected balance will be in that fund on July 1st, 2026.
Yes. Okay.
Then moving.
And what's the plan right now? So the plan.
So moving off to the right, where the budget includes spending $40,000 of that on operating expenditures. I don't remember exactly what that is. The 1.3 million is the total amount of funding the proposed budget relies on in the capital budget for parks related things. So those are both subtractions from the starting number. Then we're proposing to transfer $1 million into the fund during the fiscal year for a net decrease of this amount. And then at the end of the fiscal year, so June 30, 2027, this is what we would anticipate being in the fund after all of those things happened.
Okay. So a couple of things, and some of this I'm saying to clarify for everyone, and some of it I'm saying as a proposal. So that means that if everything were done the way it's currently being proposed, there would be $623,980 left over in the park fund that if we were to amend things to spend on something like Bel Air Park or Cypress Hollow or any of these other places that we've been talking about, that's the funding that we've already pre-allocated for some of that kind of spending. Is that
That's correct?
Yep. And then I guess what I was saying earlier is I wanted to pull the 500,000 away from Elephant Rock.
So that would increase that number by 500.
Increase that number to 1.1 something.
Correct.
Okay. And that 1.1 something would be on top of already 600,000 allocated to the planning for those 4 parks. Is that correct?
That is correct.
So that total is about now 1.7 something.
Well, the 640,000 for planning is part of the 1.3 million that we're planning to spend.
Right. It's already
spent.
It's
already planned to be spent.
Right.
Yeah.
So we could basically spend the money on the planning and move Elephant Rock and have 1.1 million in that fund that we could spend to execute on various park projects during the year.
Correct.
Okay. So I just wanted to clarify that that's what's in the budget. It's not, we don't have a 5-year plan, but we have set aside over $1 million to spend if we do the Elephant Rock thing. We've set aside over $1 million to execute on some of the plans that we're going to start receiving from Post over the next few months. Correct?
That's a fair assessment.
Right. That's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
And I would actually take that further, and this is going to sound crazy, but I would actually propose that we move another $1 million from the unrestricted general fund into that for a total of $2 million transfer in. And the reason I want to do that is a couple of reasons. One is
I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm just confused because that money is already allocated, right?
No, I think what Councilmember Ryan is suggesting in the top right-hand column.
Yeah, exactly.
This 2.2 million is what let me back up just a little bit. If you add these two numbers together, these two funds together, that really is the general fund, what we call 101, the general fund. The town has a longstanding policy. It's a policy that we keep at minimum 25% of annual operating expenditures in reserve. So that's the second line. That's this line here.
Oops.
So if you take the total and subtract out the 25% reserve, you're left with this 2.2 of what we used to call, and I'm calling it more and more the same thing, unallocated general fund reserves. But I would just remind council, and I understand what Councilor Ryan is suggesting. Traditionally, we've transferred several $1 million every year from that top right-hand box to various funds, including streets and drainage, including building infrastructure replacement, including parks, open space, and trails. And I'm just simply saying that the smaller that number is, the less you're going to have for everything moving forward.
Understand. And I'm saying that might actually be healthy for us to think about. And that transferring another $1 million will help that make it more acute for us to think about. And if you just listen to the way I appreciate all the level of detail here, but we're talking about it as if that's the last money that we have. And the reason we're talking about it that way is because the $5.5 million in the sub-discretionary funds is sacrosanct. And I want to tell people in the public that the money we want to spend on the parks is sacrosanct. That's what we want. That's what I want to spend money on. And we've never had anybody come into this meeting and say, let's spend $4 million in the courtyard. And I get that we have to improve our assets and that we have to make sure that we are responsible stewards of our assets. And we will have to spend money on the courtyard at some point. But let's tell the public how we're prioritizing their wants and how we're willing to spend their money on what they want. We had a meeting a couple weeks ago about alternative sources. Let's find alternative sources for stuff that we know is the right thing to do, but the public may not care about. Let's spend the money that we have on the balance sheet on the stuff that the public wants. And I just feel like moving that extra $1 million is a sign to us as much as it is to the public to be like, hey, we might want to get serious about finding more money at some point soon if that's the way we're going to think about it. But it's just, and it kind of like dovetails into another point, and it's about all of the letters we've gotten in the public participation. I would love to have us have a discussion about at some point having a finance committee, because I feel like the planning aspect is going to become very important for us, and they could help us do that. And finance committees do help other municipalities, councils do that. So I feel like at some future meeting, we should discuss implementing that here to help us with this sort of problem of declining balance sheet amounts and declining surpluses and increasing desire to spend money. And then yeah, so, and then the other thing, this is kind of unrelated, but I'm really happy that all the public is coming, and I know there's fewer people here than there were for the pickleball discussion appeal, but like staff does so much work on the budget, and we talk to staff before these meetings, and sometimes I'm guilty of it for sure. I'm not gonna speak for you guys, but like, I just kind of forget that the public cares too. And I'm like, all right, I got this. And then, I come to these meetings and he goes through it, but I've already heard it from him and I've talked to him, Greg, about it. And I know what the numbers mean. And so then I come and I just listen, I approve it. And you guys are like, wait a minute, we haven't talked to you guys at all about it. So I do feel like I appreciate now that we should in future years, make the budget more available and digestible to the public too, just because I just had sort of let that drop off my radar, but I think we can do better that way.
You mean like just have a public budget meeting,
Yeah, maybe.
especially when there are public conversations about where the money should go
Yeah.
already.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I totally agree with Mayor Wellner about the Elephant Rock deferring that for at least a year. And all for sort of like instilling in the mind of the public and us that spending money on the parks is a priority and one that is as inviolable as other stuff that is technically viable because it's discretionary.
Right. So it sounds like so what we're doing tonight is we're providing instruction or direction to staff about how we want to see the budget changed before it comes before us for approval next time. And it sounds like one of the proposals, which I support, is allocating $1 million from the general fund to the Parks Development and ORT Fund, and the other is to defer the Elephant Rock spending. And we need to agendize and to have a further discussion about what to do with Elephant Rock, just in general. So that frees up or allocates in the budget an extra 1.5 toward potential park development on top of getting the detailed plans for the 4 parks that are in the works. Is that correct?
And can I just add to that of just opening up what we're asking for and ask for staff's suggestions about other sources of funds that we can put into parks and open space. Parks, not open space.
Yeah, I mean, I think we are in the midst of a process where we started with the last meeting where we asked the town manager to tee up kind of revenue issues and strategies. We have this budget issue tonight, and if staff have something to add, that would be great.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think it's part of an ongoing conversation, and it may well, if the council is interested in creating a finance subcommittee to look at these issues and report back, we can do that. Although I kind of like keeping it at the council level, since it doesn't then shunt it off to, some process that the public's not involved in that's supposed to report back. I mean, I think it's very useful for us to be talking about future needs and future sources of revenue. We're going to have traffic expenses coming up soon. We're going to have other potential expenses that we want to fund. So we need to be talking as a council regularly about what we're prepared to do in terms of making sure we have the funds to do those things. How do the remaining 2 council members feel about the $1 million allocation from the general fund to the Park Development and ORT Fund?
Go ahead.
I'm supportive of that path. I do want to I think bring up that I think it would also be incredibly helpful for us to be able to look in these budget meetings at a little bit more of a long view. And I while we were talking, I just asked Claude to pull up the operating expenditures for the last 15 years. and hopefully it's accurate, but our operating expenditures in 2010 were $8.5 million. And our operating expenditures in 2017 were $11.5 million. Our operating expenditures last year were $17.7 million. So what we're also dealing with that I want to be cognizant of, and I'm sure and Greg is cognizant of, is that we've had massive rising costs to the town since COVID. And so we also, as a group, have to kind of balance that with everything, not parks in particular, but I would advocate probably for a finance committee, because it looks like we might need a group of council members to kind of go through things and maybe help out and understand a little more in terms of the details of why things are, why the budget is increasing. And I'd like to understand more about that, because as I look at just a little bit of a long view, or one angle of a longer view, it's surprising to me that in 10 years or so that our operating expenditures have doubled.
So I would ask, does that seem accurate to you?
I haven't checked Claude's work, so I can't say.
I'm just
And so just, I do remember, and you mentioned that we always had a policy of what our operating reserve would be, some percentage,
25%.
unallocated reserve, excuse me.
The town's policy is to keep in reserve 25% of an annual, essentially annual operating expenditures every year. So whatever and we calculate that number by taking out, it doesn't include capital expenditures. It doesn't include the library pass-through. It really is the operating expenditures to run the departments. And that number is actually probably maybe 100,000 low, or it's within 100,000 of being accurate. We have roughly operating expenditures of, say, 15.5 million-ish. And the long-standing policy of the town, not only the town of Tiburon, but every town and city has a reserve policy, and 25% is really the smallest I've seen. Some have bigger ones. So.
And so is it big enough, all things being equal, to take care of Isaac's concern about a rising operating budget?
Now, that reserve is really meant for to be used in a disaster. If something catastrophic happened and the town had to keep operating for several, half a year or several months after an earthquake or something, that it's there for the town to pay its expenses. I mean, it's
okay.
If sales tax and TOT revenue just went to zero, and other sources of revenue just evaporated, and as a result of some disaster, it's there for an emergency reserve.
I mean, I think my response to the issue that the vice mayor raised is, I would love to see, and this could be staff generated, doesn't have to be consultant generated, but a picture of the last 10 or 15 years in terms of what the operating costs have been and what the drivers have been for the increase. So in other words, is it simply the additional cost of salaries? Is it headcount? Is it what is it? Is it equipment? What is it that is causing, if that is an accurate description of what's happened with operating expenses over the last 15 years? What's the driver? What are the drivers? It would just be useful to know if it's necessary salary increases in order to maintain salaries at the level that other municipalities are paying. That would be one thing. If it's some other cause, we should know what it is.
Yeah, without doing that deep dive, I can tell you with some assurance that the primary driver is going to be salary and benefits. It represents combined.
Yeah,
I'd have to go back and look, 60 or 70% of our budget. So
there's definitely salary and benefits. We've also reclassified. I think over the last few years, we've reclassified different positions into higher salary buckets.
Sure. Yep.
I don't want to just sort of point at just salary and benefits as the one driver. I'm sure there are others. I don't know what, consulting looks like by year. I don't know. This last year, especially, we spent a lot on parks, right? The last couple of years, we've spent a lot on consultants, for parks. So maybe that, next year that cost comes down. That's something we should look at. And, or maybe those dollars can be allocated to actually, fixing the parks or updating the parks, or something else. But I think looking at that to Mayor Wellner's point, I think looking at that in sort of a longer view would be incredibly helpful.
And it might be a good idea, not in numbers, but just in concept of considering the costs of deferring the park plans.
I also think we have, the budget being as tight as it is right now, where we have a 20-something thousand surplus, to me, that's concerning. And I think, there are two ways to solve for that. One is look at cutting costs, and the other one, Greg, you brought up many times, which is look at increasing revenue and looking at sales tax is an option for that. I think us seeing a near even budget.
That's been true for a number of years.
It has been, and Greg mentioned that. He said, one of the things he's been concerned about is that the budget has been in prior years there was a larger surplus, and that's been able to go towards reserves. But in the last few years, it's been pretty even, and that's a concern. So I'd also like us. I mean, it's not necessarily part of the budget approval process, but I would like us to take a serious look, hopefully this summer or before the end of the year, at options for increasing revenue.
Well, just to remind council, if the budget's approved as it was proposed, we are intending to do a comprehensive fee study. And if you recall from the meeting 2 weeks ago, I tried to separate the two issues. One is, operating revenue to support day-to-day operations and what we call core municipal services. And I think doing a fee study just to see where the town lands in terms of its peers is an important step to perhaps start addressing that. Because I don't want to beat a dead horse or harp on this, but the last time the fee study was updated was over 10 years ago. And that fee resolution that the council passed had no provision for inflation. So the fee structure as we know it now has been being eroded by inflation for the past 10 or 15 years, or 10 to 11 years, while the costs associated with delivering those services have experienced inflation, right? So it's no big secret. So I think that's an important step, and I appreciate council supporting that inclusion in the budget. The issue of funding large capital projects is a separate issue in some ways. When we talk about projects that are $1 million or $2 million, I just want to remind council that the last big sort of non-maintenance repair type CIP project we've done was the renovation of McKegney Field. And that was less than a $2 million project. It took many years to get to that point. So we don't have a history of being able to pull off large multi-million-dollar parks projects. And I welcome the opportunity to work with council on figuring out how to do that, but it needs to be through the lens of sort of reality of what it means to do a project, of the multi-million-dollar variety.
So in terms of this discussion tonight, do we need a vote, or do you have a direction?
No, I think Ben can help me here, but if it sounds like there's a consensus, and I want to make sure I'm clear. It sounds like there's a consensus to remove the Elephant Rock project from the CIP, and to transfer an additional $1 million of general fund reserves to the Parks and ORT fund.
Really, it was not my understanding it was a consensus. I think at least one of us, if not all of us, would like to know what the consequences of that is. Is it really deteriorating, or are we going to let something sit there that will be a liability in terms of safety. And the idea of just putting up a sign and saying, don't fish. I had people come to my house to do work who actually would go there. At the end of the month, they said to catch their meals for their families. It's not all recreational fishing. And that really increases the probability that putting a sign up isn't going to do more. But on the other hand, it might not be a danger, and it would be nice to know that.
Well, so
I think you do know that. That's why when I asked
yeah,
you.
so specifically regarding, and Patrick and or David could jump in if I get any of this wrong. We began seriously studying Elephant Rock, I think back in 2016. We had a comprehensive engineering study done. At that time, they indicated that, yes, it's deteriorating. It's approaching, and you can take that for whatever it means, the end of its useful life. But in 2016, they determined that it was still structurally sound. We've done a couple of smaller repair projects since then. We did a fairly significant work on the concrete ramp and sort of retaining wall that leads to the elevated pier a couple of years ago. And we've done smaller repairs to the decking and rails over the past couple of years. Every 2 years since 2016, we have the same engineering company come out and take a look at it. Most recently this year. And ultimately the determination is that it's still structurally sound, but clearly in need of repair and getting closer to the end of its useful life. Now, can anyone determine when the end of its useful life is? No. But we're not in the habit of letting infrastructure deteriorate to the point of failure before we address it. And I'm not suggesting, and I have no problem with council removing Elephant Rock from the CIP this year. But it should be with the thought of having a meaningful discussion about the future of that asset and what we're going to do about it.
All right, then if we'll really keep our eye on that in the near term, rather than deferring, looking at when we need to address the problem of Elephant Rock, I am happy to be part of the consensus, because underneath it all, if you're not worried about liability, it's a brilliant idea.
So just to be clear, the direction from council for adjustments to what was proposed today are limited to the CIP, and it's to remove Elephant Rock as an item of the CIP and to transfer an additional $1 million from general fund reserves to the Parks ORT fund, which would be a total of transferring $2 million in this budget. Okay, fair enough.
All right, any other comments? No. All right.
Can the public comment on that?
No, it's past public comment. So that's that issue. And now we move to town reports. Anything from town manager?
I just want to report, and I think it was mentioned by somebody earlier, one of the commenters, that this past Sunday we had the organized by the police department, the Pride picnic on Shoreline Park. It was very successful. Several hundred people showed up. So I think there's a lot of enthusiasm for making it an annual event. And wouldn't be surprised if there's a request for a larger event next year with some funding attached to it. And that was followed up by the Pride flag raising, which occurred on Monday, I believe, this week. So
great to hear it. Thank you for that. Any reports from council members? All right, so we're going to adjourn to closed session. Oh, public comment on closed session? Lawyer?
I almost went to my car.
Okay, we're back in session. Nothing to report, and we're adjourned. Thank you.